much for joining us today. It's a beautiful Friday evening. I hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you are in the world. It's beautiful to be here. We're listening to some stuff that we had dealt with a while back, and I think we should have the sessions again. Um, you listen to how Ojukwu betrayed and executed his own men. You also listen to what Ojukwu did to Victor Banjo and so on and so forth. And I think we should have these sessions again. How Ojukwu fooled Victor Banjo. We will have these sessions again. The reason I haven't done it since then, to be honest, is because it's very emotional. It took a toll on me reading it here. But I think we will we will have to revisit these things at some point because we're having a new generation of Victor Banjos, very idealistic and absolutely naive, very ignorant people. They assume they know everything they're doing, but they're being used, and you see them in the electoral space. With Obi's new adverts, and that's why I call today's conversation. The title is "The Hypocrisy of Peter Obi's New Campaign." We'll also be talking about OBJ's letter and other matters arising. When I saw the letter, when I saw the advert by Peter Obi, I was like, "This is hypocritical," but it's not new, and it's not even shocking, to be honest. And neither is it shocking that there's a lot of Yoruba people who think that it's their duty to push the P2P presidency and to talk about the things they're saying. They're very naive people, like I said. And that's why I always say that Yoruba people in obedient movement, they're not, they are blessed. Okay, and God will help them open their eyes to see. And like I always say, this is not to say that I want to support a particular. I mean, I'm supporting Tinubu clearly, but it's not even because of that. You don't have to support Tinubu. You just shouldn't be supporting people who lie in your face, blatant lies. And we'll talk about that later today. And we're going to deal with some other news items, something happening in Yoruba land as well. And if time permits, we will read some of the letters, or one or two letters that Obasanjo exchanged with Papa at the time when he was head of state. Um, yeah, that will be today. I want to do something, but that will be next week. I'll probably talk about it before we go. I was watching one of the clips of the interview conducted a few days ago with Peter Obi, and there's a question about Biafra and if he thinks having an Igbo presidency will heal whatever wounds the interviewer was talking about, and he said some things. And there's another interview on Arise News where somebody also alluded to the fact that you know an Igbo presidency will help heal the 1967 uh, 1967 to 1970 Biafran War. I'm going to have a session on that on Monday, and I'll just tell you this before we go on. Presidency will not heal anything. If you want to have an Igbo president, you have an Igbo president. If you want to have an Igbo president now to heal the wounds of 67 or heal the wounds of Nigerian Civil War, it will not heal anything. If having a vice president 9 years after the war could not heal it, having 10 presidents later will never heal it. As soon as they're not president, they'll go back, they'll revert to that thing because what is making them shout like this is not because of the war. It predates the war itself. We'll talk about that on Monday. And it's going to be an interesting thing because there's some documents that I usually wouldn't, you know, get deep into, but we're going to take maybe one or two of such documents from the British archives on Monday to see some of the things that were discussed, right, and how the entire cool thing went down. If you need healing, heal. If you're going to gaslight the rest of the country or blackmail them into seeking healing, which is not really healing, to be honest, it's just you trying to be opportunistic, you're not going to get it. You're going to get angry, but you're not going to get it. Because eventually, what you discover is that people are not really seeking healing, they're just looking for people to gaslight. And I saw a number of clips. We will talk about those things um, on Monday. But today, we're going to discuss the policy of Peter Obi's new campaign, OBJ's letters, and matters arising. Okay. But before we get into all of these things, oh dear, 1 second. All right. Before we get into all of these things, I would like to first thank everybody who has helped to get our numbers up on TikTok. We're at 56.2k likes, and it's because of committed people who have continued to power tap and like the live. Thank you very much for your support. All right, so 1 second. But I just said something now that I feel I should type so that I will remember. All right. So thank you very much for your support and thanks for power tapping. Thanks for liking. There's certain people who I see their names a lot up here, people like Ibo Jinoju, Titan, Koboko, Akadol, Dimeji 6330. Thank you very much, everyone, for your support. Please let's keep liking the live and sharing, particularly on TikTok, right? It will really help with our engagement. And I also want to thank Akin Makin. Good evening. So we will not be hoodwinked. Absolutely. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Koboko. Good evening, Olariwaju. Good evening, Spotless and Akadol. As someone says here, we have a lot of Victor Banjos today. Yes, we do. And we have a duty to also make such stories, abundantly clear. Since we started having this conversation, I'm glad that I think there's a reduction in some ways, and I'm not saying that we're the ones responsible for the reduction, but I think that we've also been able to contribute to the enlightenment of our people. But we're going to do more of this. We'll probably revisit the entire series on Victor Banjo. It's a very emotional thing, and it's also very humbling. It's how you can be very intelligent and you can be played, right? And all to now waste your life on top of what? Another man's gym. And the man that you even died on top, wake you for your own gym, can't escape after the war, then came back to a hero's welcome 12 years after, and then decided to work with the same people that he claimed were, destroying your people from whom you needed liberation. That was Ojuku. Ojuku was with guys. In case you're joining us on YouTube or you're just coming in on TikTok, we were listening to one of our recordings earlier, and it had to do with how Ojuku fooled Victor Banjo. But I'll say this before we go on. Ojuku told him that, the problem of Nigeria was the North. Okay? And Victor Banjo also believed it. Victor Banjo also thought the problem of Nigeria was the North. And they've been thinking about that for a while. You have to remember that in 1964, Ojuku, Basi, and Victor Banjo were already planning a coup alongside Nnamdi Azikiwe. 1964. Scratch the 1965 coup. That happened much later. There was supposed to be a coup in 64, and you find it in several books. And if you are interested, you can read Emeka by Frederick Forsyth. You can read Reminiscences. We should do a session on Reminiscences. Motinsola Tojoy. Reminiscences by David Ejo. All right. And you also see Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. They all reported, like I said, I like to use more than one, source when we make claims like this. And that's not the only three. There are others. Those are not the only threes, I mean. There are others, right? And you see how there was a planned coup. So they always thought the problem was the North. And if you read the book we read earlier, You Must Set Forth Are Done by Wole Soyinka, the way Victor Banjo was communicating with Soyinka was like, listen, I'm going to come and liberate Yoruba land. We're liberating ourselves from the North, and the problem, don't fall for the propaganda. I'm not leading Biafran forces. I'm leading a liberation army, all those trenchy, only for him to be used. And it should have been better if it was used and dumped. It was used and killed. And nothing pains you more than discovering the fact that the person who said that Hausa was the problem, who said the Fulani were the problem, who worked with you to quote unquote liberate other places, then killed you, right? Went to full blown war, fled around to Cote d'Ivoire in 1970, returns in 1982 only to work with the same Fulani and Hausa. He joined MPN. Ojukwu joined MPN. But I mean, that's a story for another day. We'll have that conversation. We should have the conversation. Like I always say, we don't have this conversation just to judge people that lived in the past. We have this conversation to open our own eyes. A lot of us are naive. And like I said, naivety is not a problem. If we have knowledge, we'll all grow together and learn together. But let's not just get stuck. Why should you die for somebody else's gym? Especially when the person is not even worth it. How do I know it's not worth it? He literally worked with the people he was complaining about. Meanwhile, Bancho was already gone. We will revisit these things and have that conversation. But thank you very much for being here. Lovely to have you join us today. I noticed some people just came in on YouTube, on Facebook. Mr. Tunji Olaoye, thank you, sir. Welcome aboard. So let's get started with something I consider to be close to Victor Banjo's story, which is what we've been discussing. It's actually quite painful, and I feel this is why I don't like doing Victor Banjo. Even right now, without going deep, I'm already feeling somehow. It makes you feel down. I don't know about you, Sha. Some people feel okay. So it gives you different feelings, right? Like when we have sessions on Victor Banjo, I've noticed some people just say he's a bad guy, he's a fool, he's a this, is a that. I don't look at it like that. I look at the situation like somebody who just thought he knew what he was doing to the point where he was even articulating the things he was saying, and at the end, no, no, YouTube is fine, Mr. Dungu, sir. It's actually on, sir. Thank you, sir. Victor Banjo thought he knew what he was doing. He was articulating it. He was talking to Shoyinka. Shoyinka wrote everything in his book. I mean, much of it in his book. And then 2 months later, Ojuku writes a new letter that actually destroyed everything he thought he knew. I know this. The most painful part of this thing is that the people who worked with Ojuku still blame Victor Banjo till today and their children. Madebo's book is here, Nigerian Revolution. The way he was blaming Banjo, you'd be like, show buying. After killing the guy, you're still blaming him for what? I don't. It pains me every time I think about it. It pains me because it's as if I'm looking at Yoruba people who are in some funny political parties and political movements just being used. It's not good for you to be seeing history happen again. It makes you feel like we've learned nothing. But we will learn together, and hopefully more of our people will understand that you don't have to, be blinded by some form of one Nigeria is a lie. And then Baja one Nigeria, oh my don't law, and like our lie, that all right. Thank you very much for being here. So let's get started with this stuff from P2B. Like I said, he came up with a new campaign. And the funny thing is, the person who shared it is probably another Victor Banjo in the making. His name is Oseni Rufai, or Rufai Oseni Longpere. He's on Twitter. And when I say is another Rufai, is another Yoruba person who believes so much in Eastern project. Okay, not Eastern, because there's no Eastern. I always say there's no Eastern. The Southeastern project. The Eastern region ceased to exist May 27, 1967. So what you have is the Southeast, right? It used to be East Central, now it's Southeast. The Southeastern project, right? When you say you're a person who is always, enamored by the idea of something happening from the Igbo, that person is an example of Victor Banjo. And Rufai was saying he's moving like one. So he put out a message earlier, I think it was a couple of days ago actually, but it's been online for a bit. I'll show it to you, then I'm going to play you some things just to tell you how hypocritical this whole idea of Peter B's new campaign is. Someone says, Ironsi's family is asking for apology from Nigeria. I saw it. We're going to talk about it. Let me pause to say something before we get there. There's a point you get to when you read history. You have to find a way to hold yourself to still be able to remember compassion. All right. To be able to remember compassion. because there are some things people talk about. They sound entitled, and you feel like, who do you think you are? That's the question you ask yourself. Because it's as though you expect that the entire country is just full of dumbos. You can just come around and it's the way they demand that. I'm approaching for what? Shaman the party session because I'm already angry. I saw the video, it's a short clip. Ironsi's family demanding an apology. How? Okay, so let me also make it very clear. I'm not saying it was good that he was killed. Let's just make that very clear. That's why I say you have to make that distinction between, I know historical facts, and there's also that human feeling there. So we'll talk about it when we get there. Let's not move ahead of ourselves. But thank you for bringing it up. The person who did. Thank you very much. We're going to revisit it today. Some of the things I'm going to say, no, I'll read. Some of the things I'm going to read may sound a bit somehow, but since I'm not the one saying it, maybe to make it a lot easier. People demand nonsense in this country. We want apologies. We want compensation. For what? These are people who oversaw the killing of other people. I've not heard Victor Banjo's family asking for anything, which is the crazy part in this country. How much has the Southeast paid Victor Banjo's family? I've become a Kowebu. They not write book and tell you how Banjo was a bad man. I wish I could. I don't want to go into Victor Banjo today, but listening to that thing just got me thinking about the kind of mess that Nigeria is in. Because that's what will give people guts to come around and tell you that they demand apology. Apology from whom? I saw a governor from Plateau State the other day. They said he was apologizing. Apologizing for what? You can be old and be ignorant. Ignorance has nothing to do with age. But I'm glad we have elderly people here who can also correct me. They know more than me. So they have age and they also have knowledge, which is beautiful. So I can learn from them. But the idea that you are the governor of Plateau State, you are now apologizing for your role in the war. Which role did Plateau State play in the war? Apart from the fact that you produced the head of state at the time. This pandering. Can we not, if you want to heal, heal. Every other market day, someone just come and say, we are sorry. Sorry for what? I was telling someone the other day, I think it was a couple of days, today's session is going to be interesting because wherever we get to is where we get to. I was talking to someone, yes, I think a couple of days ago, I was saying that, one of these days I'm going to read some books about the sufferings of the Igbos during the war. The person said, did Igbos suffer? I said, of course they suffered. Of course Igbos suffered during the war. Like, no questions about it. I just don't talk about it a lot because we've heard about it for years. It's the only thing we've been hearing about. We didn't hear about what they caused other people, how they killed people and destroyed other people's spaces. We don't talk about that. That's all we're talking about. But it does not mean that people didn't suffer. They, of course, did. However, a lot of people who suffered did not know why they suffered. So you can easily manipulate people with, see, I suffered. I'm like, you don't have to manipulate me. I know you suffered. And it's a terrible thing. And I acknowledge it. Because you have to be inhuman to say, nothing happened to them now. It was just shaking. No. People suffered. However, there's something behind all of that. Yesterday, we were reading the book by news and what happens in the back rooms. What happens in the back room is what we find in those books. A lot of people who are shouting, we suffered, they've never read anything in their lives. Now, the point is, when you now come to somebody comes to someone like you have been reading books, you've been having conversations, and they tell you they suffered, therefore apologize. Apologize for what? I can show you empathy, which is human. I can be sympathetic, but I cannot apologize. For what? I didn't do anything. And by the time you go into the history, it's your leaders who caused your woes. So you see, I'm like, sorry that you went through that. I really wish you didn't have to go through this. Whatever I can do to help you, which was what Nigeria did, by the way. And that's what my fathers did for Igbo people. Sorry you went through this. What can we do to help? send people to help these people. You had volunteers as doctors. We raised money, contributed food, clothes. We did send people down to help the people. But behind the scenes, we now began to ask, why did this happen? There's something in business analysis called analytical tools. One of the analytical tools is the 5 whys, where you begin to ask questions, ask why, so that you can get to the root of the problem. Okay? You're not dealing with the ephemerals, the symptoms. You're trying to find the source of the issue. So you're asking, why is it? So this is black. Why? It's because of this. Why? Because of that, and so on and so forth. So when you see the sufferings of the people and then you ask, why are they going through this? You're not going to even get to 5 whys before you arrive at Ojukwu. Is it true that people were suffering and people were, of course, but do you know the deals that were brokered behind closed doors and the things that could have happened that could have prevented those people from suffering? The crazy part is that the person who did not budge, right, who just decided to stick to his guns until this, by the way, he intentionally made his people suffer. Read Robert Goldstein's letter now. It was written August 12, August, I think it was 25, 1968. Was published in the Morning Post, Lagos. Find it if you can. It's online. It's in this book, The Tragedy of Victory by Godwala Bisama. But I think the letter itself is also online. Read the letter. This man was taking pictures of people suffering instead of allowing them to eat. They were begging him. Robert Goldstein was his PR representative in the United States. It was like, the medicine, the food, and the milk that your people need, they are available. Let them eat. The man was taking pictures and sending it abroad, putting it in Life magazine, putting it on TV, showing emaciated people, kwashiorkor readings, terrible, of course. Again, like I said, you cannot look away from those things and say, it doesn't matter. Of course, it matters. And that was what Ojukwu wanted to achieve, to guilt trip you. And I'll concede any time, any day. I don't mind being blackmailed, looking at those figures. I don't mind. I know I'm being blackmailed, but I know I'm being manipulated. I will not be manipulated, but I shall know that that's what you're doing. I don't mind. But once I'm done looking at those pictures, I'll ask the right questions. And when I write the right questions, and God forbid, one day, what betide the memory of some people in the Southeast, when people really begin to ask questions from their region, they will curse the people that they've been calling heroes for a while now. The crazy part is, these are the people that should be asking for apologies. You will not ask for apologies. You'll be going all over the place, constituting nuisance, telling people that they should apologize to you, give you compensation. For what? Your right people that you killed during the war, how much did you pay? Rather, we can talk about people suffering and I can show empathy. But when it comes to, I hate that word apology and reparations and compensation. And the reason is because I know what happened that led to what happened. Not because I was there, but because you read from everybody. I'm like, the person that should pay you is the person you are calling a hero now. Why should you now call me to come and pay you for what your own person did to you? And if I say no, you now call me a bigot. That's because you're not thinking straight. Someone says they bombed Lagos. Ojukwu began to bomb Lagos as of September 1966. There was no war until July 6, 1967. Long before Aburi, Ojukwu was already bombing Lagos. Thank you very much for the gift, Tidan. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. They're going to have a meeting, another conference, a constitutional conference meeting, a constitutional conference, I should say, in Federal Palace Hotel, September 66. People were gathering from different parts of the country, elders, to have that conference. Ojukwu sent his people there. They went to bomb Federal Palace Hotel. As they were bombing Federal Palace Hotel, they were also bombing Ore Bridge. If you think the Ore War that happened in August of 67 was the first time he actually got to Ore, that's not true. He already bombed Ore in 66. Around the same time, they caught some of them putting together dynamite to bomb University of Ibadan. You find this in Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green. You find it in the speech by Anthony Naoro in Addis Ababa, August 12, 1968. You find it in the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa, how they were talking about, how they were planning to bomb Ibadan in Nsukka. By the way, there's a video making the rounds now. I'm not talking about it now because I just thought it was, but I will say something. There's a video making the rounds where Professor Falola said the Nigerian coup was planned in the University of Ibadan. I saw some retards take that and say, oh yes, it was Ibadan people that planned, it was Yoruba people that planned the coup. People are dumb in this country, but we are smart in Jesus' name. Do you not know that Kennedy K was a lecturer, was a VC of University of Ibadan? There were many Igbo lecturers in UI. When he said the coup was planned or the war was planned in the University of Ibadan, he was talking about Igbo lecturers who were lecturing in UI. But they went to town and said, oh, it was Yoruba. How can Yoruba people plan a war? What's our business with the Biafran war? When we're talking about unitary system of government, the brains behind the unitary system of government were Igbo intellectuals. It wasn't even what Ironsi brought about in 1966. It was something that has been in the works since 1951. Red, I'm not explaining to you. You are cursed to a life of ignorance and ignominy. Red, you and those who are connected to you. That's your burden in life. This conversation has nothing to do with you. I'm only talking to people who have heads to work with. Your own skull is filled with sawdust. So you can go and still, if you write any other thing there, you'll be blocked. Okay, I'm going to block you. Since you don't have respect for your own father. These are children that they should have wasted with. No, let me not talk. Let me just leave it alone. Because I'll just go and say something now. You're going to look for one transformer to embrace. And I don't want you to die yet. You will live long, right? Because you still need to spend some time to cry so you can have sense eventually. I won't block you. I'll just mute you because you're a clown. They will go everywhere, be crying all over the place. If you just mention something historical, that's how Ishama Glory you are victim. You are going to be victim. Red, you especially, because I don't know what your problem is. You hate books. You even be referring to books. You cannot even say, okay, let me go and check if what this person is saying is. Let me tell you something. Someone came here, I saw it earlier, I just did not say anything. Say, oh, pastor work is not paid. Listen, my training in theology is actually what's helping me. If you don't understand, that's your problem. One of the things you learn, right, as a minister, is that when you speak, people should be able to check what you're saying, right? As a people, I mean, in the book of Acts, let me preach. Since they mentioned pastor, I'll preach the point where you understand that you cannot even use Christianity to blackmail me because you don't even understand Christianity. If you guys understood Christianity, you would have healed since 1970. You hate everybody. Be crying all over the place. They don't love me. They don't love me. You hate people. You go to church, but you hate people. That's why you will never be healed until you stop it. And I pray you stop it so I can be healed. Because your sickness has no good it's doing for me. But I'll tell you this. The reason I call out the names of the books is because, see, in the Bible, right, there's a story of the Christians at Berea. When Paul went to speak there and to preach to them, the Bible said they went to check to see if the things that Paul said were so, if they were true. So that's why I do what I'm doing. If I'm talking like this and you're like, okay, if I was saying anything without referring to anything, the right question to ask me is this: were you there? And you would be right because I was not there. But if I'm mentioning books, your duty is to say, okay, let me go and check if this guy is actually right. And if it's called that I'm wrong, then you can now come and say, okay, you are wrong here, you are wrong there. But you know I'm not wrong. So the next thing you do is just be insulting me in the comment section. And if you insult me, I will send you to your father. Because they didn't raise you properly at home. Okay. And I'm not going to be doing free work. I have my own children that I'm raising. I can't be raising children that are big. All right. Ask your Yoruba friend for the meaning of that. God bless you. Where were we? Today's topic has changed. It's because of that thing that somebody wrote about Ironsi, but we're going to get to that eventually. Let's get started with this. So Peter, we put out this stuff. I don't know if you've seen it. So we're starting with the hypocrisy of Peter Obi's new campaign. Okay? So put out this, I'm going to read out to you what he wrote there. Just a joke. I want every Nigerian child. One second. What I'm about to say, just stay with me. I love the Lord. I love people. I love everybody. Excuse me. But don't let anybody gaslight you in this country. It's a lie. You're wrong, Pambe. I want every Nigerian child to grow up in Nigeria without thinking about their tribe or religion, but simply seeing themselves as a Nigerian. Peter Gregory will be NDC presidential candidate. That's his new um, campaign. It's a lie. How do I know? I'll read it one more time. Then I'll now play some things for you. Will judge. If you're a Christian, especially all of us Yoruba Christian. I'm a Yoruba Christian, by the way. I mean, if I wasn't a Christian, they won't be using pastor to insult me. I'm a Christian. Don't let anybody use any religion to church take back your country. They don't care about the church. Oh. And I've said this several times. You do not need a Christian to lead the country for it to be godly. Or for you, it would be lovely if we had Christians. It would be beautiful. But guess what? Ironsi was a Christian. What happened in those 6 months was nepotism. So don't come around shouting Christian, 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 Muslim. Cyrus was not a Jew, and it was used for God's purposes. Isaiah 45. God spoke about Cyrus even before the children of Israel had anything to do with him. He was not even born at the time that Isaiah was writing Isaiah chapter 45. And without Cyrus, the captivity of the children of Israel would be something else. He was the one who supported the relocation of the Jews back to their homeland. He was not a Jew. All this nonsense that people are doing, say, oh, you must support Christian. Christian that doesn't have sense does not mean that I should support. Because you're a Christian doesn't mean. Let's be telling ourselves the truth. I'm not saying some people don't have sense. I'm just saying generally speaking. Say, oh, because you're a Christian. And so what? And by the way, what does it even mean to be Christian? Because you say your name is John or Jude. I'm John or Jude. Listen, Nigeria was not formed on the basis of religion. It was formed on the basis of the amalgamation of different ethnic groups. All right? For some people's interest, it was European interest. Now, you have to fight for your interest, and you're not fighting for Christian interest. Because you are not known in Nigeria based on your religion first. It's based on your ethnicity, unless we are deceiving ourselves. I'm a Yoruba man. I want the best for everybody in this country. But I don't want you to use Christianity to gaslight me into, what's the word now? Shortchanging me. Say, church, take back your country. What do you know about the church? What do you know about the church? You are a governor. You have a state that is largely homogeneous. About over 90% of Anambra state is Igbo. The remaining minority are Igala. So you have largely homogeneous state. And you manage to create confusion between Catholics and Anglican. You're telling me to take back your country. What are you talking about? All this church, is because they're Christians. That's why I saw your pastor one time. I said somebody, the person that become a Christian, sorry, the person that become the next president has a Christian name. How? I'm a Christian. I would love to have a Christian president. But guess what? We've had before in the past. It's not like you've been living in an Islamic Emirates. Olusegun Obasanjo's name is Matthew. Chief Matthew Okikioluwaremu Olusegun Obasanjo, that's his full name. He did what he could. Then you had Yaradua. I'm even talking Fourth Republic. Then you had Yaradua, who was Muslim. Then you had Goodluck Jonathan. He was a Christian. Then you had Buhari, who was a Muslim. And now you have Tinubu. He's a Muslim. His wife is a Christian. No, I'm even talking about Fourth Republic. If you go back, of course, Yakubu Gowon was a Christian. As a matter of fact, the reason Ojukwu fojú tẹ́ḿbẹ́lú ẹ̀, the reason Ojukwu looked down on Gowon was because he was a Christian. He looked at him and said, Gowon will not go to war. If you read the book by his Attorney General, Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion, he said Gowon will not go to war because he's a Christian. He's not going to fight because he's a Christian. Gowon was a Christian. His father was an evangelist, was a missionary. So naturally, just say Koleja. That's how they will slap people's face. We say that because the person I'm insulting anybody anyhow because they are Christians, they will not beat me. The day they will beat you. That's how I saw some people, by the way, say, "Oh, see this sweet. He didn't used to talk." Okay, if you put your hand in somebody's mouth, it will cut you. You will see fire. You cannot use Yoruba people to be tying because you have a Yoruba president. That's the reason I'm speaking of. Primarily, I mean, let me not say primarily. That's the reason I began to speak up. If you have a problem with your president, criticize him. Now you know what he won't do. When you say he won't become president, criticize him. He's your president. If you don't like him, he's still your president. Yoruba, Hausa, TV, Doma, Igbo, everybody is our president. If you want to criticize him, feel free to do so. But they're going to now begin to throw your people under the bus because something is wrong with people in your family. No, we're going to answer you. And I will not care if you say, oh, but you're a Christian, and so what? I was telling someone, see, I've said it before, I'll say it one more time. If you go to the Nigerian army, there's something called chaplaincy. The chaplain is a minister. He's in the Nigerian army. If they go to war, the chaplain will kill the enemy in the name of the Lord. He's still a Christian. There's a difference between murder and that kind of killing. When he kills like that, he did not murder anybody. He is defending the territorial integrity of Nigeria. If a Yoruba person gets tired of your nonsense and begins to speak up, it's not because they hate you. They are preserving their own cultural heritage. If that's a problem for you, that's because you're a vagabond and you have nowhere to go. And I know I'm very tough this evening. It's because of that thing I saw before I came online. And I was waiting to get there before somebody now wrote in the comment section. And I'm trying not to mention it again for now. Meanwhile, I noticed somebody said earlier that OBJ is Ogboni. So number one, Yoruba people, you also have to understand something. Ogboni is not a religion. Number one, I don't know where you heard that it was Ogboni. I don't know where you heard it. Number two, even if you were, Ogboni is not a religion. In Yoruba land, and I know this is not today's topic, but we are going to put everything together. Today's session is going to be very interesting. In Yoruba land, before the British arrived, we had our executive. Believe it or not, in Ife, there was a parliament of men and women, all right, with whom the king had to discuss. And then you had the judiciary. The judiciary were the ones who they called Ogboni. It was not a religious order. It was a governmental structure. It was an arm of government. The Ogboni was an arm of government. It was the judicial arm of government in Yoruba land. It started in Ife, and then it spread to every single part of Yoruba land. So you see, in some places they call it Oshogbo, in some places they call it Ogboni. It is not a religion. So even if you heard that somebody is Ogboni, even if it's allegedly, even if it is true, the point is that one day we will have this Yoruba conversation. There is a structure we had. When the British got to Abeokuta, one of the first things they did, it's more generally in Yoruba land, but I want to use Abeokuta as an example for a particular reason. One of the first things they did was to cut the Ogboni into size. And now gave, Yoruba people, I'll finish my thought. They gave too much power to the king. In Yoruba land, our kings have never been absolute monarchs, okay? Starting with Oduduwa. No, Oduduwa was the first person that united everybody and now began to rule it was like a divine king. There were kings before him, but it was one that brought everybody together and became the first king of Ife. Even he was not an absolute monarch. All right, there were checks and balances. The Ogboni could call him to order. He couldn't just do anything. When you say Kabiyesi, Tabati Bikolis, that thing, Akmoleni, there are people that can question him. The YFR can question him. The Ogboni can question him. Okay? When the British got to Yoruba land and they came up with their own indirect rule system, one of the mistakes, one of the problems they had at first was because of the success of indirect rule system, and I know I'm moving away, just stay with me. Because of the success of indirect system in the north, right, with the Fulani, they thought that since these sultan emirs were able to govern in our stead, and these Yoruba people also had functioning monarchies, we can just rule the people through their kings. What they did not know is that Yoruba land did not have the same structure as Hausa land. The Fulani had changed the structure of Hausa land by the time of the jihad, and they introduced something called feudalism, which was also common in Europe at the time. With feudalism, you had like aristocrats, and you had the lords, and you had the nobles, then you have the serfs who are at the bottom. This aristocracy, and they can determine anything, just say yes, sir. In Yoruba land, it's not like that. You can be the king, people can question you. So what they did is to look at the structures, I'm looking for the word, institutions. The institutions that you had that provided checks and balances to the king. And they cut them to size, reduced their powers, and then gave the king absolute authority so that the only person the king is answerable to now British Oga. That's why when the taxes in Abeokuta happened, one of the people that actually supported the women to go against the Alake were the Ogboni. And it was because they did not have any more, they didn't have power anymore in Abeokuta because the British did what they did. All of that to say this. Whenever we hear, and I know today might have become a religion or whatever, but at the core of it, it's an institution of governance at the traditional level or at the town level, right? Ogboni is not what we think it is. And I'm not saying there is nothing supernatural about it. Things have changed over time. But fundamentally, it's actually an arm of government, the exact same way you have judiciary in Nigeria. So a person can be a Christian and be part of the governance of his space. However, Peter Obi, let's go back. I want every Nigerian child to grow up in Nigeria without thinking about their tribe or religion, but simply seeing themselves as a Nigerian. All right. This is what the same Peter Obi said a while back. Take a listen to this. Give me a play.
Thank you, Daddy. We look forward to God's intervention. I'm not. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the southwest. Your people in the southwest and Kwara. Okay. The Christians in the southwest and Kwara. It is a religious war. I believe that. You know, I did the release, Nigeria going forward.
They say it's a religious war. The man is telling us that people will not think about their tribe or religion, but are you they invoke religion for election? Listen, he can say whatever he wants to say, but you have to also understand what is being said. So nobody will go and go. Is that how they say it? No one should be deceiving us in 2026, right? You can say whatever you want to say, but you can also say they say go and verify. We are verified. That's the one where he said it's a religious war. Why? On top election, you win or you lose now. But no, I'll play another one from his pastors.
I want you to tell the Igbos, your party, this is the chance. And you will. Now is the time. If we miss this opportunity, forget those people.
Let me just tell you what you're listening to. It's a minister holding Peter Obi's hand on stage, talking to the people, right, in church. And he said he was talking to the Igbos.
I want you to tell the Igbos, your party, this is the chance. and you well, now is the time. If we miss this opportunity, forget those people who have been promising you Igbo presidency in the next 4 years or in the next 8 years. They have been making the promises, those promises, from time immemorial, and they never fulfilled it. Now is the opportunity and the time we have. Amen and amen.
Amen.
So, be encouraged. You will go with Kadike, and your brothers are praying for you. Your brothers and sisters are praying for you. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. I want you to tell Igbos, your party, this is the chance. And you will. Now is the time. If we miss this opportunity.
That's the person that wants to give you. Says that you're going to have, you're just going to be Nigerian without tribe or religion. I'm still going to tell you that even that Guinea, when they say it, even if they mean it, there's something that they're saying. We're going to read that thing again today. One more, no, a few more. They want Nigeria to be. Take a listen.
Will never become anything now. But no. You see, when well, you know yourself. Fairness is fairness. We have regions. We even have in our constitution what they call federal character. Like we say, if they eat this food, everybody will get here. Equal. Like we say, if we eat this, let's eat even if say Namunu will be, he treat us like human beings. This year, they will treat you say you don't do anything. And now the Nigeria pass so.
How you talk to her? How you be Nigeria pass? You the Nigeria pass me.
So, if you go for anywhere for this country, when you see the citizens of the place finish, like woman you go see.
As if people there everywhere.
Like they do trade, like they do workers, like they do local shop, everything. And then us they come Lagos, build us, go Ibadan, build us, go Medugri, where they even fight, build us, go Yola, build us, everywhere we get. They will treat us like people will say you want to be here. But as they push us like every day, they will start back us. They go buy our house. The government, they don't want us to be part of anything. Even when they do post, they don't give us. Even if they will give us, they give us one where maybe just give these people like they don't chop or
we're actually on the verge of making Zik their candidate.
How can you be trying to become the president of a country and you can't even inspire hope, harmony, or just do without being a victim? Even in basic conversations, you are still talking about what they do to us. They don't allow us. Has there ever been a time in Nigeria's history where Igbos were shut out of governance? We should have a session to discuss the history of Senate presidents in this country, of the legislature in this country. The legislature of Nigeria has a history. We should discuss it one of these days, particularly since independence. Your Senate president was Igbo, Nwafọ. The House of Rep guy was Igbo, Jajawachukwu. You have folks in the Second Republic. I can't remember the name of the House Speaker at the time, but in the Fourth Republic, particularly, we have had more Igbos leading the Senate. How is that the bone that they've eaten the meat and they gave you the bone? Just crying and being a victim. And I've said it before, we'll go deep into this on Monday. That victimhood that you see, if you are in Nigeria and you think it's because of the war, it's because you don't know that we have to say this thing and still be loving, Abi. You said before the war, there is record of this victimhood dating as far back as 1947. That's the record that I have. I don't know if there are older ones, but there's definitely something from 47. But I can also tell you that even way back in 36, when they were establishing their so-called Igbo Union in Lagos and later on in Calabar, one of the things they were talking about is the fact that they were being discriminated against. In other words, they assumed that as they were moving out, they were supposed to have the exact same thing that the people of the land were having. How? Meanwhile, many people who left home were people that the society at home were pushing out or pushing to the sidelines. I mean, I don't have to be. I hope you're not hearing me from me for the first time. That the first set of people that actually got access to education and started working with the British in Igbo land were the outcasts. How do you go to people's places and be demanding things? And then you're saying that when they give you something, it's only like a bone. They will have eaten the meat and give you the bone. How? What else should they give you for you to know that they actually have they ever said because you're from the southeast there's no monthly allocation? The money that we are all getting this country, you're not getting the VAT, for instance, that we're generating in the country. The southeast generated the least. And sincerely, and it's a bit, it's sad, right? It's painful because the 47 thing I mentioned earlier, when you read Arthur Richards, that's the person, it was the Governor General of Nigeria, and he made them notes. January 1947, they had a meeting of the Commonwealth, the leaders, and head of government, and he said that the Igbos in Nigeria, they ask for more, they clamor for more and more of everything, but they contribute the least. 1947. Of the three regions, they contributed the least, but they clamored for more education and more of everything, but they contributed the least. In 2026, look at the VAT contributions from every region now. What the entire Southeast contributed first half of this year, you have to multiply it by 3.2 to get to what Oyo State alone contributed in VAT. Go and verify. 3.2. That's, you have to multiply it by 3.2. In other words, 3 folds, more than 3 times of what the South State generated was what only Oyo State generated in the half of this year, right? January to June. They got way more than they even put down. Abia generated the least. Listen, you can have issues generating stuff, right? It happens. You grow, but while you're growing, can you shut up? Can you shut up and stop disturbing the country and telling everybody that they don't know what they are doing? You have nothing to bring to the table, but they want consistent nuisance. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You don't have anything. Shut up. Like, they will know that, okay, you are just growing, or you eventually get there. But no, on your way to the place you are going, you are disturbing the whole country. Teaching people what you cannot do. Boreri. To those who mentioned the pastor thing earlier, let me quote one scripture for you. Acts chapter 1. When Luke was writing to Theophilus, he said to him, I write to you of the things Jesus began both to do and to teach. You do, then you teach. These clowns will teach you what they cannot do. Not that they have not done, they cannot do. And when you talk, you are the bigot. You guys, I don't care if you can't come. At least by now, people will already know. If you like, call me, I always say, if you call me bigot, you're a maggot. You cannot gaslight this country. Anyway, back to Peter Obi with his Lamba. I want every Nigerian child to grow up in Nigeria without thinking about their tribe or religion. Meanwhile, he's talking about the fact that it's a religious war. I want you to hear it one more time. Now I'll play you something from another pastor who is aligned with Peter Obi. Take a listen.
Thank you, Daddy.
Thank you, Daddy.
To God's intervention. I'm not. That I needed to speak to the people in the Southwest, the people in the Southwest, and Wara. Okay, okay. The Christians in the Southwest and Wara. It is a religious war.
It is the religious war. But now you go teach us how we can live together without thinking of religion. What a wonderful. Who's that? Louis Armstrong. What a wonderful world. Take a listen to one of his ministers. Well, one of the preachers who supported Peter Obi in the Southeast. Take a listen. Sorry. So if you are one of those people who used to put videos out, I go and alter it by adding all those laughter. Kini. God will forgive you. Now I feel like laughing. 1 second. I want to start from the beginning.
In this church, it won't be good for you. If I didn't flog in this church, know that my name is not Aguiyi-Ironsi. On Sunday, I'll ask those who vote for me to raise up their hand. You say, I will see the name itself anyway. If you didn't vote for Peter Obi, you are in trouble in this church because I will beat you. I will not beat you with prayers. I will beat you physically. If you did not vote Peter Obi, what I will do to you in this church, it won't be good for you. If I didn't flog you in this church, know that my name is not Aguiyi-Ironsi. On Sunday, I will ask those who vote for Peter Obi to raise up their hand. You say, I will see the name itself anyway. If you didn't vote for Peter Obi, you are in trouble in this church because I will beat you. I will not beat you with prayers. I will beat you physically.
So those are the people, that who supported him then. I hope they've changed, but it doesn't look like people are thinking. I don't think he remembers the things that he did or what has been done in his name just a few years ago. Leopards don't suddenly change their spots. Now, he talked about tribalism, that people will not, by the way, people should know where they are from. Let me start by saying this. In Nigeria, number one, I'm not from a tribe. Yoruba cannot be a tribe. This is just insulting. Let's just start with it. So I don't think of tribe in that way. Depending on how you look at the word tribe, right? If you look at it from an anthropological point of view, it can't even come close to you when you're thinking of Yoruba people. It can't cross your mind, okay? But if you're looking at it from strictly a language point of view, like English language, it would be like a subgroup, okay? The anthropological thing is a bit more demeaning, if you get what I mean. But from a language perspective, you can call it a subgroup of a larger group. Yoruba people, we're not a subgroup of Nigeria. Yoruba is not a subgroup because it existed before Nigeria itself even existed. That's number one. Number two, it's a nation on its own. But let's even put that aside. There's nothing wrong with you identifying with where you're from, just like Peter Obi did in the video I played earlier. If you didn't hear it, I'm going to play it one more time. He was proud of being Igbo to the point where he did exactly what Zeke did in his 1949 speech. 1949, June 25, was a Saturday in Aba. When Zeke began to speak, he talked about the superiority of the Igbos and talked about the victimhood of the Igbos. I've said it several times. If there's any gift, if you can call it that, or any legacy that Azikiwe gave his people, is the fantastic ability to weave together not just two disparate thoughts, but two contradictory thoughts. That on one hand, you have a sense of superiority, thinking of erring folk, so you are superior to everybody, but then you are the victim of everybody. Now, those two things are contradictory, and you probably be thinking of cognitive dissonance. That's because you are not from the Southeast. If you're from the Southeast, those two things work very well together. And so what you heard from Peter Obi is essentially a replay of Has anybody here read that stuff from Azikiwe? Okay, you know what? I'm going to play you what Peter B said, and I'm going to find you the article. By the way, if you go and look for it online, you will find the doctored one. They doctored it as far back as 1961. Yes. There's a book I have. It's called Zik, Selected Speeches of Dr. Azikiwe. That in that book, the book was published in 1961, right? They doctored the 1949 speech. They edited it. So wherever you go, you have to now know where to find your original one. Okay. It was in West African Pilot. It was it should be the last weekend or first weekend of July or last weekend of June. That's when it was July. They published it in July in West African Pilot, July 49, but the speech was in June of 49. I'll play you what Peter B said. Now read you some things from Azikiwe, and you now judge if people are not gaslighting you the same way they've been doing it. This was in 1949. Anybody, fantastic mathematicians, 66 minus 49 will be what? I know 2009 minus 49 is 6 years. Okay, so 70 is 19 plus 7. So it's been 77 years. All right. So please take a listen to Peter B one more time. It's not 1777. Thank you. All right. Let's listen to Peter B one more time. Then I will read you stuff from Azikiwe. Then you will know nothing is new. When the preacher said in Song of Solomon that there's nothing new under the sun, he was talking about Nigeria. He was talking about life generally, but Nigeria actually features in it. If anything is new under the sun to you, it's because you are new under the sun. Take a listen to this.
Anything now, but if someone talks say we never become anything now. But no. You see, when well, you know yourself. We have regions. We even have in our constitution what they call federal character. Like we say, if they eat this food, everybody will wait here. Equal. Like we say, if we reach Jesus, maybe even if say, now will be, he treats us like human beings. If we move, okay, move, come, do your own. Let me call you our own when you go. But this year, they will treat you say you not do anything. And now the Nigeria pass so.
How you talk to her? How is the Nigeria pass? You the Nigeria pass.
The Nigeria pass.
So, if you go for anywhere for this country, when you see the citizens of the place finish, like woman will see.
Now you do census, bar.
As it goes everywhere.
Like they do trade, like they do workers, like they do local shop, everything.
I hope you know why you see Igbo people everywhere. It's not because of altruism or because of adventure. It's not an adventurous spirit. That's not the purpose. That's not the reason for it. And I don't say this out of spite, but at some point, we have to begin to address this nonsense about the fact that you see us everywhere. I didn't invite you. People go everywhere for a particular reason. We're going to talk about it before we even go into this Azikiwe stuff. Let's finish. By the way, somebody here on YouTube, if Unaya, he said, I do not watch your podcast anymore. You are so biased these days. I liked it before. You'd never liked it. There's nothing I'm saying right now that I've not said before. Okay? So you never liked it, and I don't care. God bless you.
Go for anywhere for this country. When you see the citizens of the place finish, like woman will see.
As it goes everywhere.
Like they do trade, like they do workers, like they do local shop, everything. And then us, they come Lagos, build house, go Ibadan, build house, go Medugri, where they even fight, build house, go Ayola, build house, everywhere we did. They will treat us like people will say you want to be here. But as they push us, like every day, they go to attack us. They go buy our house. The government, they don't want us to be part of anything. Even when they do post, they don't give us. Even if they don't give us, they give us one. where maybe they just give these people, like they don't chop or
So here's the thing. Number one, it says here, it said that they are now we be Nigeria pass. See, if you come here to, I'm seeing you guys on YouTube. Please stop, please. Me too. I'm begging them of God because if I, hmm, please, I don't want to mute anybody. I don't want to block anybody, but please stop. Hmm? God bless you. You don't have to be here. What's your name? Sincerely, you don't have to be here. I don't want to mention your name. You don't have to be here. Like I get it. You don't, and you also have to understand as a human being who has sense that not every platform is meant for you. Not every content is meant for you. Not every conversation. You don't have to be part of every conversation. Okay, so please step out. Thank you very much. Don't insult me. Don't try these things. They don't make sense. But I will talk what I will say what I want to say. Okay, now let me answer you. Number one, two things. He said that they are everywhere. Now, every Nigerian has freedom of movement. You can live anywhere you want to live in this country. Okay, I cannot stop you from moving. But it's important to also know why you are moving. Because I'm seeing people say things like, "Oh, you people don't travel." We've been traveling for a long time. We've been traveling before we've been traveling. Okay, we did travel. I was reading an article here the other day, relationship between the North, the Hausa, and the Yoruba people. It dates back 5 centuries before the British arrived. Excuse me. And the British arrived in the 19th century. Okay? We've been going back and forth between ourselves, right? Hausa and Yoruba. And in recent times, we're also moving up north since the 1800s. Okay? That's why you have a lot of Ogbomoso people in Jos, in Kaduna, in different parts of the north, right? You have your people spread all over the place, just that they don't consider themselves as nuisance. Okay, I was reading the other day how even when the British decided to organize Sabongeri, because the idea of Sabongeri was not an indigenous idea, it was a colonial idea. They did it to separate the settlers from the owners of the land. So they had subjects and they had what they call them, I think settlers or something. They wanted to separate them from the Hausa people. The Hausa people and the Yoruba people were still living together, both in the Sabongeri and in the Emirate. All right. So the idea that you go everywhere, nobody travels is not like that. People travel. However, the idea that when you count people in every place, the next group of people they count is your people. That thing is not a flex. So I want to read something to you from listener. The listener of 20th October 1960. There was an article that was written by Margie Parham, and this is what she said. I love everybody, I respect everybody, but you cannot move into people's spaces and be telling them, I'm the second person after your local people. We do not invite you. We welcome you, but not be say we write letters, say come. Margie Parham, listener of 20th October 1960. Beneath these difficult restraints, regional differences are great. I believe that the Igbo are the main force for unity. They need unity. I mean, I was very happy when I saw that they were the main force for unity. Before I now saw the fact that they need unity. I'll explain. Just listen. As a poorest region, though perhaps the recent strike of mineral oil will change that, which of course was not in Igbo land, they have had to pour out of their overcrowded forests to seek work all over the other regions. The reason you are everywhere is because the place where you come from is choking. And listen, there's nothing wrong with you being everywhere. There's nothing wrong with you traveling. But don't go and be telling people that if you can't the people where they done, now we remain, now we next. So you must have something to say. You cannot have anything to say because don't be say you didn't come like a higher civilization. Do you get the point? I don't know how to say it, so it doesn't look like I'm insulting, but you get the point, right? You didn't come like a higher civilization that was invited to come and help people. You came to take advantage of what's in the land, which is why I see it as absolutely retarded when people say they develop other people's places. How can you be developing other people's places when you are coming from a shack or a slum? And how did you develop places that were developed before you even thought about the idea of development? Could make sense, could work. All right. So the reason they moved, according, I'm not the one saying it though. This is Majiparam. They have had to pour out of their overcrowded forests to seek work all over the other regions. You find it in this book. You find it in, I'm going to remember the name. Willings Commission report of 1958. The commission sat 57, 58. The report came out in 1958. It's the same thing. If we have time, I'll read it. But for that, let me just make something very clear. Moving out, and again, everybody moves out. There are people in England today because of economic opportunities. There's nothing inherently wrong with having to migrate. The stupid thing is to get to people's lands and be telling them that after you, owners of the land, I will be number 2. So there's something that should accrue to us. Say waiting happen. And if you think this thing is weird, you just have to think of a bit of geography. If you have the entire, I mean, Igbos are many. There are many, right? They're into millions. They are the minority of, they are one of the majority groups, but they are the smallest of the majority groups but in Nigeria, but there are many. Pack the millions of people into the size of your state. It will not contain them now. So naturally, they will, have to take advantage. And again, there is nothing wrong. So he says here they've had to pour out of their overcrowded forest to seek work. That's the reason for what happened in the north. If you read back on to Serve, that's what Shehu Shagari was talking about. People were what's the word now? They were getting concerned about opportunities in their land because it was being taken over by Igbos who came to northern region. That's what the point was about. So when you say we are the second people everywhere, I don't know how to explain that. The second part is not very good. But I think I should read part of it because to help us understand the next thing I want to say. So back to Majiparam. Beneath these difficult restraints, regional differences are great. I believe that the Igbo are the main force for unity. They need unity. As the poorest region, though perhaps the recent strike of mineral oil will change that, they have had to pour out of their overcrowded forests to seek work all over the other regions. Again, having no great history, no impressive chiefs or cities, they need to find their pride, their fulfillment in Nigeria itself. Able, individualistic, hardworking, democratic, they could be the unifying leaven, and Dr. Azikiwe could probably express as Governor General not only the independence but also the unity for which he had worked so long. In other words, the idea of unity, as far as somebody from the Southeast is concerned, is a survival mechanism. So when I hear Nigerians, particularly young Yoruba people, thinking that they have read book, because you have not read, all of us grew up, all of us, when you're a teenager or you become early 20s, you think you know everything. You've not read more than A for Apple, biology and integrated science, but you think you know everybody. You just insult everybody. You say that climb, you say that climb, you say that climb. Before you shout say that climb, when you're shouting unity, 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 you can love everybody and still understand the fact that when they are shouting, we must be united, what does it mean? And I'm not the only one. It's not today's session, so maybe it's not today's topic, right? But maybe another day. You listen to Kenneth Okonkwo say he doesn't want Biafra because he prefers to be able to sell across Nigeria. Why do you think Ojukwu will say in the middle of the war that he wanted dual citizenship for his people? No sane person will think that thing makes sense, but that's what they wanted. Dual citizenship with the country you are fighting, because you need that country for sustenance. And we know why, but topic of another day. Now let's go to the second part of what Peter was doing. He said, "Now then Nigeria pass." In other words, they are more Nigerian than the rest of us. But he also now said that they don't take care of them. They don't give them opportunities across Nigeria. And I said, you need to compare that with something else that somebody else said on June 25, 1949. It's something you call Igbo exceptionalism and manifest destiny. I will not read everything or just part of the article. or I should say part of the speech. Let me just announce again. If you find the book, I would have told you to read that book where it's been doctored. Zik, Selected Speeches of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, was published in 1961. I have that book. The crazy part is that what I'm about to read right now, you won't find it in the book. Because after they published it, what I'm about to read now, you can go online and check. You see West African Pilot. If you look for the West African Pilot or people that quoted that article, whether it's in Joe Lusanya or in Papa's book, you would notice the difference. I'll read the truth to you and then you make up your mind. In fact, you will understand what I'm saying. Let's start with this. This was how he started that speech. Harbingers of a new day for the Igbo nation, having selected me to preside over the deliberations of this assembly of the Igbo nation, I am conscious of the fact that you have not done so because of any extraordinary attributes in me. I realize that I'm not the oldest among you, nor the wisest, nor the wealthiest, nor the most experienced, nor the most learned. I'm therefore grateful to you for elevating me to this high pedestal. Everybody claps for him. I'm going to jump. Okay, let me just read the second paragraph. The third paragraph is where we're going, but stay with me. The Igbo people have reached a crossroad, and it is for us to decide which is the right course to follow. We are confronted with roads leading to diverse goals, or routes, depending on where you're from, US, UK. But as I see it, there is only one road that I can safely recommend for us to tread. And it is the road to self-determination for the Igbo within the framework of the Federated Commonwealth of Nigeria and the Cameroons, leading to a United States of Africa. Other roads, in my opinion, are calculated to lead us astray from the path of national realization. Then he says this. It would appear that the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. So from that statement, you see that exceptionalism. The God of Africa especially is not so different from what you hear that we are better than everybody. Now we in Nigeria pass, so we better pass you. I better pass my neighbor. Ezekiel was already saying it far back 1949. God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation to lead the rest of us. Meanwhile, this man was telling them that they knew Africa was possible. What you hear Peter Obi saying today is not the first person to say these things. So Zik used to say New Africa. If you read his book, Renaissance Africa, 1934, he was just giving us lamba in that book. New Africa, New Africa, New Africa. Whenever I hear New Nigeria is possible, I think of Zik. When I see obedience, I think of Zikist. It's almost the same thing. They were as virulent and violent as this ones as well. This one just that they use social media. Those ones, they won't carry. Okay. So he said God has specially created them. Now, so on that note, you see that superiority or exceptionalism. That same speech, listen to what other things he said. Follow me in a kaleidoscopic follow me in a kaleidoscopic study of the Igbo. 4 million strong in manpower. Our agricultural resources include economic and food crops, which are the basis of modern civilization, which is not true. It's not true. It's not true. And it's not good to lie. Liars will go to hell. It's not good to lie. Most of the agricultural revenue that go to the eastern region, whether in the 40s, 50s, 60s, did not come from Igbo land. It came from minority areas, specifically the Calabar or Goja provinces, all the way to Akwa-Ibom. The parts of Igbo land that you had a lot of agricultural whatever is actually the place that it despise. Abakaliki. So when he says that they have, that's why, it was said in that 68 speech that 64% of the revenue from agricultural exports came from the minority areas. And the reason is not because of tribalism, it's because of availability of arable and fertile land. It just didn't day like that. So it's not like anybody hates anybody is trying to insult anybody. It's like if you tell me right now, as a Yoruba man, right, that I've looked at you, I've looked all over your space, and what can you even say? Okay, let me talk as I'm a Yoruba man from Ife. You say I've looked at Ife, oh, there's no sea in Ife. I'm now angry. Why would I be angry? When it's not as if you are somebody is insane. There's no river, there's no sea in Ife. Why would I be angry with that? There's no sea in Ife now. It doesn't mean there's no sea in Yoruba land, Shao, but there's no sea in Ife, which is okay. Okay? Something just didn't day. Just because that did not day doesn't mean that there's no gold in Ife, for instance. There's actually gold in Ife, just as there is in Elisha. Whatever they did, whatever didn't they? With these few points of my, I hope you understand what I was saying. Let's go back. So he said that they have food and chemical crops. Our forest products include, our mineral resources include coal, lignite, lead, antimony, iron, diatomite, clay, oil, tin. Our forest products include timber of economic value, including iroko and mahogany. Our fauna and flora are marvels of the world. Our land is blessed by waterways of world renown, including the River Niger, Imo River, Cross River. Our ports are among the best known in the continent of Africa. Yet, this is where we're going. Yet, in spite of these natural advantages, which illustrates without doubt the potential wealth of the Igbo, we are among the least developed in Nigeria economically. And we are so ostracized socially that we have become extraneous in the political institutions of Nigeria. When was this? 1949. We are the least developed in Nigeria economically, and we are so ostracized socially that we have become extraneous in the political institutions of Nigeria. I have not come here today in order to catalog the disabilities which the Igbo suffer. In spite of our potential wealth, in spite of our teething problem, I don't want to stay on this because this is a topic for Monday, by the way. It's for Monday. But there's something I want to just quickly read because this thing is long. Just the part for today is where he said, economically, we have labored under onerous taxation measures without receiving sufficient social amenities to justify them. We have been taxed without representation, and our contributions in taxes have been used to develop other areas. The government said the eastern region at the time contributed the least. Zik is telling his people that they have contributed so much and their taxes was used to develop other areas. It's like an Igbo person telling you today, using to develop other parts of the country, when in reality, the VAT of the entire Southeast is lower than that of the Northeast, where you have Sambisa Forest and Boko Haram fighting. So the point is this delusion of grandeur when you begin to ascribe to yourself what you are not. So you are better than everybody, but you are the victim. They are stopping you down, they are putting you down, they are stopping you from moving forward. You are better than all of them. Can you imagine you are better than all of them, but they are the one that they have ostracized you? We'll go deeper into this on Monday. Whenever you hear that, they hate us, it is not what you think it is. It's not what you think it is, right? It's just people gaslighting you, just like Peter Obi. I will read to you the writing. Excuse me, the excerpt of the speech by Sir Arthur Richards in 1947. And what he said about how much the Igbos contributed to the pool and what they demanded, and how Zik now is saying that they give the most. The point is, whatever you hear today did not start today. That's why victimhood is a strategy. It is not reality. It's a strategy. If you don't know, now you know. Let's go back to this man. What have we been talking about? We've been talking about the hypocrisy of Peter Obi's new campaign. He says he wants every Nigerian child to grow up in Nigeria without thinking about their tribe or religion. But he's the one weaponizing religion, calling an election. religious war. He threatened he will take them to court. Since that time, he has not gone to court. Though. Meanwhile, I'll be telling the rest of us that he has kidney. He doesn't. So if you're a Yoruba person, again, vote anybody you like. Okay? I support Tinubu with my full chest, but vote anyone you like. But don't vote Peter Obi. Why? Because that video he did that day where he said he came to Yoruba land, they said Yoruba must be president. Where are they selling bread? Are they selling bread cheaper in Yoruba land? Peter Obi said it now. It was an honest bunch. This is the person that wants to lead the entire country. Listen, no matter what beef you have with the fact that you have a Yoruba presidency, you can keep your beef with the person with whom you have your issue. For instance, I wouldn't come around and say things like, you don't have to lie or throw unnecessary shades just because you were not able to make it. Like he has made it, you have not made it, you can still make it, but you will never make it. You go to McDonald's. I mean, he has made it in business, but he won't become president. It will not work. I want to play you a few more clips before we move on to other things. 1 second.
I'm not campaigning against Peter. He's not a candidate. So I rather focus on the things that I want to do for the Anambra and what I've done.
Bro. This thing is long, bro. Let me play part of it. Let's just play part of it and then we'll move on.
I'm not campaigning against Peter. He's not a candidate. So I rather focus on the things that I want to do for the Anambra and what I've done. If you look at when I came here, there was no security. People were not coming home. 69 people were kidnapped in the 8 years of the previous administration. But I came, I saw, I conquered.
That are wrong. Will I continue to shout every day?
That was Obiano. That was his successor. This is Victor Ome. He's a senator now.
Well, we parted ways with the government that is sponsoring this rebellion. We were his pillar. And if it's not for anything, you have always known me to be behind him. When he achieved second term, he had a different game. And I said, look, I'm not somebody who can come up around because you are controlling money. It doesn't work like that. I said, conduct local government election. I've always continued to say that, even in this studio. This is not the first time I'm saying it. Since 2010, he refused. I said, no, that cannot have only you as an elected official. We must have other people, because at the time we were having this disagreement, PDP had 30 members in the House of Assembly, 10 people in the House of Rep, 3 senators, and they didn't have any. Conduct local government elections so that our party people can also participate in governance. And it became an offense. Oh, that's the genesis of the problem. That is the genesis of the problem. This is not known. I've said it clearly, and each time they come to counter me, they've not been able to counter it. It is in the open, and the party people in Anambra State are solidly with me.
There's no industry in Anambra State, except the brewery, which he built for the Anambra people, for them to get drunk and go and kidnap people. That was the only thing. For example, I have made a statement. I expect to be and his people to say, Chairman, you lied. We use ABC Industries. That is high. I am saying the only industry you brought in Anambra is the brewery. Meant for Anambra people to get drunk, either to kidnap people or to forget about the atrocities you committed in government. P2B is a disaster in Anambra State. Our rally was supposed to take place last week Wednesday. We applied for permits and to pay the necessary fees for the use of the QMS Square in Oka. We were reliably informed that he had directed everybody not to do anything with their property. We thought it was a joke. 2 days later, they wrote us that the hall was, the QMS Square was undergoing construction. And I was in Oka. I drove straight to the place. I didn't see any tractor. The second day I went there, I didn't see any tractor. On the other hand, there was a deliberate attempt to stop us from using the Ekweme Square meant for the public. And what came to mind was what we did in Ondo State. We are in power in Ondo State. We didn't stop ACN then, PDP, from using any of the facilities in the state. In fact, some of them campaigned where we used. Look at Abuja. I am not aware that the PDP and the president has stopped anybody that can afford it, the use of Ego Square. I am not aware they have stopped anybody. So why would P2B deny us the use of Ekweme Square when we are ready to pay? That was how we flagged off our campaign in Onitsha.
Aka was a glorified local government for 8 years. P2B was governor. If you're passing through Oka now, over flyovers, you wouldn't know when you pass Oka.
So
but most important,
what was he saying when he said that? Okay,
well, he has
some of the roads.
That's freedom of expression. I'm coming first. You see, the governor, when he launched his mission statement and vision, he had 4 cardinal principles. One is agriculture, industrialization, trade and commerce, and then oil and gas. But he showed certain enablers. You know, by the time Peter was governor, what was rife in Anambra, kidnapping, armed robbery, all our big shops, nobody came home. But I tell you, in the past 4 years, people in Anambra sleep with their 2 eyes closed. Security has become, you're a journalist.
Who are shouting, Obi is going to be president? Most of them are not from Anambra State. I am from Anambra State. I was born and brought up in Anambra State. So I know P2B when he was the governor of my state, and there was nothing much he did in my state. So those people shouting Obi, 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 they are not from Anambra. People who are from Anambra can never come out and shout to me because within 8 years he was the governor of Anambra. He did nothing. There was nothing to tell him about. So if you compare, that's why most of my people they rush to Lagos. Why are they going to Lagos?
What I expect people really not.
All right. You can argue that these videos, were from back in the day. That we probably retroactively build stuff, which is impossible since we don't have time machines. But recently, the Minister of Aviation was on Shokin Baloy's program, Politics Today on Channels TV, and he actually said that Peter Obi is a liar. He says that Peter Obi lies like a fish drinking water, and he has a point. Take a listen to this. Now, by the way, this is because before we move on, please, 1 second. I see some people on YouTube saying that PBAT and Peter Obi should be compared with. I think it's insane to compare Peter Obi and Tinubu. Why? Because after Peter Obi left his governorship in Anambra State, he still came back to Lagos, the same place that Tinubu governed. If you can't compare Peter Obi with Sanwo-Olu. Did I say Sanwo-Olu? I'm sorry. Mr. Governor, I'm sorry. You can't compare him to local government chairman in Lagos. What are you talking about? Like Mayor Oshinowo was a local government chairman. You can't compare Peter Obi with that man did more than Peter Obi did. He was the one that I always said that he made brewery for them. This comparison with Tinubu concept is insulting. No, it's not that we are all Nigerians. Can't be comparing Peter Obi and Tinubu. You cannot compare Peter Obi with the average Lagos local government chairman. See the schools that they built, the roads they built. Obi build road, Agbara Gbelo. How can Agbara carry your road? Agbara means flood. Ah, Joe, like Jerry, Kokwena, yeah, about hello. I could no, I don't want to compare. Nigeria má gbà wá kó gbà ọ́. Tí bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ náà, báwo ni wọ́n máa compare Peter? Even if Tinubu never became president, you wouldn't be able to compare him to Peter Obi. Peter Obi. This one has been running since when now? Vice President, President. Have you heard? Tell me 4 commissioners that work with Peter Obi who are still campaigning with him right now. Please help me before we continue. 4 commissioners. Okay, give me 2, and maybe two proteges that Peter Obi has produced. I'm not talking about the people that are making noise and insulting people on social media. I'm talking about people that he has mentored or his team members. You don't have to think to mention as many as possible when it comes to Tinubu. By the way, I'm sorry that I'm even doing this concept because comparison, I don't even like comparing because I think it's a thief of joy. And people who compare themselves, like the Bible says, they are not wise. These guys are not wise. So please don't do that. Don't do that. Sorry guys. Mr. Remo wrote in the comment section. It says the madman. To be fair, it was Peter who said himself that he got the advice from a madman. So maybe the madman. But even that, it doesn't work around with him. Olale Kwanwe says it was Atiku that caused this wala. That is true. Atiku caused this. It was Atiku that made him vice presidential candidate now. He brought him to national consciousness after that conference that Pastor Kojo organized. Because that's actually, to be honest, it was that conference that brought Peter Obi to national consciousness. I was at that conference. He lambad us Baje. There was one thing I appreciated about him, by the way, and I still do appreciate about him. But, I was talking to my wife. I don't know how to put it, whether you can call it frugality or stinginess. Right? We talked about the fact that he would rather go and meet those political bigwigs in the state rather than have them come to him. He was running a lean government. He would carry his box and enter the play, and he will only work with 1 or 2 people. He didn't want to have a lot of people working inside the state house or state guest house in Abuja. I like that frugality. But on a second thought, I think it's Osumo Halosumo Osumo no Jino Salujana Osumo Ahun Osumo stinginess Ojino the frugality. I have 1 watch. We now discover that the guy has watches. I have 1 shoe. Oga, what Jare? Just by the way, this man is rich. And I think he has paid his dues. Peter Obi has been in business for a very long time. The man was owning property in the UK in the 1990s. He talked about it. Like, I don't think any sane person would have a problem with the fact that Peter Obi lives well. It was Showore who was talking about how he will quickly go and join, after flying private, he will now quickly go and join the commercial people. Or sometimes he will go through a particular place, just go to inside the private lounge. Like, you don't have to. All this hypocrisy and the run. Now election has started. Now it's going on. Economy all over the place. You can afford it. You have money. Just live your life. Stop disturbing us and lying. Anyway, let's listen to Professor Skiamo before we go to that Ironsi matter. Take a listen to the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Barrister Professor Skiamo.
I think it was gangster, though, Minister, the manner in which the federal government handled the case of Mr. Peter Obi incident at the airport. Don't you think that was a politics taken too far? Okay, so I'll ask you a question.
a rhetorical question. But really, Phil, I do this with respect to you. If Obi was here, you interviewed him a few days ago. You did not ask him this question. Why he lied? It's not fair. I think that's why we want the press to be very, very neutral. He was the one that complained that he was being harassed at the airport and that because of his opposition status, he was harassed. But Peter Obi was with you. You conducted a 2-hour interview. You are not asking me. You did not ask him. I'm asking you based on your action. No. Can you know for your own action? Based on his own outcry first. He cried out first. Can you speak on your own action? Let me ask you. You work for the no, but first of all, you agree that it's not fair for you not to have asked him. But did you do this? No. You have seen the hold on. You have seen the video. Hold on. You have seen the video. Hold on. You have seen the video. You are shutting me up because you now want to have the time. No. And then we leave it. We leave it. If there's no time, you don't put me into a situation where you don't give me time to answer. Please quickly, can you answer it? I'm asking you, why didn't you ask him? I don't answer the question. I ask the question. But it's unfair. Ask him why he lied. Ask him, was that video you? Why didn't you ask him? Now you're asking me. And I want to ask one last question, simple question. Is it fair? Is it fair for an opposition candidate to make a claim that he was being harassed and you don't allow the Minister of Aviation and was being harassed at the airport to verify the claim? Is it fair? I'm asking you. The Minister of Aviation that has that sector, that I will not question the conduct of my people at the airport. And give me the tape. Why did you harass him? And I saw that the man was lying. He lies like a fish drinking water. He lies. He lies for fun. Mr. Kayamo, it has been lies for fun. I wish don't say that. No, I will say that because there is video. You are taking it because you don't ask him. You are taking it too personal. No, because we are protecting him. It wasn't a subject matter. Don't protect him next time. It wasn't a subject matter. What he lied. More important stuff to ask. But I'm more concerned about how the federal government treats the average citizen. Okay, you can see that. You are asking that. Right, so you saw video evidence. So we're parting.
You see, after the Mehdi Hassan interview with Daniel Bola, I said that when you talk to newsmen, you have to know that you are not being interrogated. You can also push back. I think Nigerian journalists need this pushback. There's something that's been happening since 1970. And that thing is still happening today. I'm going to talk about it on Monday, by the way. I'm just advertising Monday's show. Is this thing where you think you owe folks from the Southeast soft landing? So when you ask questions, you will not ask hard questions. Repeat Obi. Just be asking lerefe questions. You ask him how you do. You say sheun. You know, I was laughing the other day when we're watching that interview. Somebody wrote on YouTube. He has mentioned sheun 583 times. I didn't count, so I don't know how the person got to 583 times. But the guy was shouting sheun. If it was Rufai, Obi say Rufai won't answer your question. But you guys don't stay on it. But as soon as somebody else from another group or another party surfaces, then you now begin to act off. I think Sheun tries to be balanced, but I think that he also has to be fair. He tries to be, doesn't mean he's successful at it. This thing where it says people from the Southeast are given soft landing in news channels. I'll play you some interviews on Monday where somebody will ask questions. Will be asking you questions about the Southeast as though it's a rhetorical question. You must say yes. When you say no, they are shocked. Peter Obi did something. By the way, if you don't know how all this whole thing started, Peter Obi went on an interview with Chude to say that the government, people don't used to greet him again at the airport. I don't know. That somebody clamped his car. He said he's Peter Obi. And the person said it doesn't matter because he saw cars parked and he also parked. Excuse me. Turns out that what really happened, and we discovered this after the Minister of Aviation, Professor Skiamo, released the CCTV footage. Now, what happened was that Peter Obi had gone out of the car with his, shall I call them escort? Escort as in police escort, not the other one. Have a pure mind. Anyway, he went with the policeman, and the policeman, meanwhile, they were parked at the entrance of that particular wing. And so they were supposed to be in there, but they left the car unmanned, unattended to. They went in and then came back later, entered the car. Then they were shot there for about 30 minutes. Instead of pick and drop, like pick the person and go. They were there for about 30 minutes. They now climbed the car. He now went there and told them that it's Peter Obi. They now eventually they now released him. So Kiyama now released that video and said, "Why did you lie? You parked here where you're not supposed to park. You were there for 30 minutes. You were not supposed to be there for that long. Number 3, you said it was you. If you are the president, you're the presidential candidate, should you not be above bar or above the board, I should say? Rather, I mean, if you're saying that every other person parked there and you say you are better than all of us or you want to lead all of us, should you not do better than the rest of us? Number 4, when you got there, they did not allow you, they didn't even ask you to pay 25,000 naira you're supposed to pay as fine. Thank you very much for the gift. Thank you so much, the reality one. They did not ask you to pay the fine. They let you go. So what are you crying about? He now came on Sheon walking Baloyi. Sheon now said, "Is that not gangster? How you treated him?" When Peter Obi came to Sheon last week, why did Sheon ask that question? Oga, why you lie? He didn't ask. So all of this is just to say that I like how Professor Skiamo pushed back, and I think more Nigerian journalists need to be a bit more circumspect and more objective in their journalism. This whole idea, for instance, it was Rufai who posted that picture of Peter Obi's campaign. And he'll be shouting, empirical. There's nothing empirical about campaigning for one candidate, and then it's only when the person is there, be saying, Rufai. It's how they do everywhere, okay? And I think Sheon can do better. I know a lot of people have been dragging Sheon since this video came out, but if you ask me, Sheon is still a bit more balanced, but I think there's that problem with Nigerians when it comes to how to have conversations with someone from the Southeast. And it's because most of us are ignorant of what really happened. So we think that somehow we have to create a leeway. It's not necessary. We are all Nigerians. Let's stop acting as if some people have special needs. We're all Nigerians. Okay? The funny thing, when I was growing up, I remember in school, there was a guy who had a bit of disability, right? I just thought about him yesterday, and it was quite, heartwarming to remember our days in school. No matter what we did in school, he did it with us. Okay? We're playing football, he played. And the funny thing is that he was one of the best players in my class, JS1 to JS3. He's been here before. I was thinking about what he said when he came on this live last year. And I just thought about it. I thought about just a little issue that he had with his hand. But he did everything we did. I didn't think it was less than anything. So we talked, we played, when you begin to act as if there's something special, there's special need, the person will now think that there's something wrong with them. Nothing's wrong with anybody. I don't want to use all my mouth to say the point. Anyway, that was that about that. Let's now go to, before we go on, final thing is about Ironsi. I said we may not be able to read OBJ's letter today, but that's okay. We don't have to read it today anyway. I want you to listen to, 1 second, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria before we move on to the last topic of the day. Someone says that Sheon's interview about how many schools did you build had damaged Obi, it will be used against him. Somebody said the other day that with Obi, you don't have to campaign against him. Just give him the mic. He will do the job. I see a lot of his supporters very angry about the report, about the stuff. Some of them are even blaming Sheun for asking him questions. Why would you blame Sheun? Sheun was even giving him soft landing. Say, look in the camera and tell the North. That's the topic for Monday, by the way. But why would you blame Sheun for asking him questions? He's a journalist now. Abba, Abba, Abba. I see people in the comment section. Abba. Bayes University is not a bad school, though. And I know people throw shades at Bayes. Maybe because of, did Sheun go to Bayes? I know he did theater arts in Unilorin, and then he did law, but I don't know where he did. Was it law he did or something in policy? He went to Bayes. Bayes is not a bad school now. Why are you making it look as if it's a bad school? Esha, no, Ajay now. It's not a bad school. CEO coded says, Prof, I said last time that Beta Obi. Why do you call him Beta Obi? It says Peter Obi is, well, Peter Obi is the best campaign manager for Tinubu. I guess so. Mama Africa says, but that his son studied abroad. Story of Nigeria. Have you seen any politician's son or daughter who didn't study abroad? Most of them, their children study abroad. And I'm a bit torn on that matter because if the person can afford it as an individual, there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. However, if you are leading a state or a constituency, or you're one of the leaders of the country, and you cannot trust the educational system of your country, then we begin to wonder what exactly are you doing. So like I said, I'm torn. But I think it's even more funny for Dati, because not only is he a leader in Nigeria, he actually owns a university. So I get where you're coming from. I think you have a strong point, Mama Africa. You have a uni, but children are going abroad to study. So the people where they send their children come your school, uh, but all of that to say that, I don't think there's anything wrong with Bayes University. I mean, you may have some issues with, and they've had some good people go to that school. This man went to the school now. Amechi. Amechi went to Bayes. This other guy, this activist, the Adeyanju, also went to Bayes. Your your senator also went to Bayes. Dino Melai. So I'm not taking you. Dr. Badu says, and Bayes isn't cheap compared to other private universities. I really don't know much about how much they collect, to be fair. But to be fair, also, it's a private school in Abuja now, so it will not be cheap. I don't expect it to be cheap, but if it's cheap, then. Is it Bayes? Is Bayes as in B-A-Z-E, Z-E? Omolomo is B-A-Z-E, Bayes University. And it's been running for a bit, though. I don't know I have not talked to anybody from that school, but I don't think it's such a bad school. I don't want to assume it's bad because you don't like Dati Baba Ahmed. By the way, I think that name actually spelled out his name. Baba Dati. Baba Shah Bayes University. All right. Let's take a listen to Olodoide. Omolodoide. I love this man, right? And I really love him and I support him, and I'm looking forward to him winning again. And I think we've tried to the point now where on social media, people are now bolder to state that they're supporting Bola Tinubu. Last election, a lot of people were, Nicodemously talking about who they're going to support. I don't even know it makes sense. So supporting with your full chest. Support anybody you want to support. But if you're a Yoruba person, I'm saying this, you can support anybody, but Peter B is not. Peter B is playing Zig script. I think he's playing it too much. But let's take a listen to President Tinubu as a break from our conversation before we switch back to the Ironsi remembrance, which of course is July 29. But we'll talk about that in a bit. So here, the president received traditional rulers and he told them the role they should play in national security. Please take a listen to Omolode Akanbi, Bola Ahmed, Aṣíwájú Bola Ahmed. And we think about David Akanbi Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Your president, who will still be your president? Who will still be your president? I like how people feel bad when how people feel angry when I say these things. Don't worry, you see your president. Meanwhile, Nail Fund is everybody. Well, I'll talk about Nail Fund afterwards. Let me just say, Nail Fund is like people are celebrating Nail Fund a lot these days. But here's the president. Take a listen, please.
We have equally embarked upon what was missing. Several decades of fears and uncertainty about what to do about security at the local level will be corrected. There will be state police. And that state police will have guardrail from abuses, will protect it from abuses. And you traditional rulers too will have role to play more well, thank you for mentioning the question of the forest. Well, equally enhancing the capacity and capability of the forest guards. They are not just to chase antelopes and animals. We are going to have them chase the criminals and deal with them in various forests.
Right, that was the president talking about security and the fact that we are going to have state police in Nigeria. I mean, it's something we've been, asking for a bit, and it's a delight to know that the president is committed to actualizing that. Before we move on to the final stuff, I want you to listen to this woman whose child is one of the beneficiaries of Nail Fund, and I'll tell you about Nail Fund once we're done with this. Please take a listen to this.
Area 51 ọmọ ológo adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ o tán bá fi rán ẹ tó jíṣẹ́ kí la fẹ́ ṣe wọ́n ló ń introduce nefams wa adúpẹ́ o adúpẹ́ bàbá àti màmá wa Tinubu adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín sà adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín mà adúpẹ́ o èmi tí mo sọ̀rọ̀ yìí méjì náà àwọn ọmọ mi tó wà ní yunifásitì ni wọ́n jẹ ọlá ẹ̀. Ẹ ṣeun sà ẹ ṣeun mà á dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ gbogbo abiyamọ ẹ jẹ́ ká túyàyà ní ìbò tó ń bọ̀ yìí ká wá BBC wa jáde ká make sure wípé a fi bó wa sọ̀rọ̀ a tún dá bàbá padà síbẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i kán lè ṣe kékeré náà yìí ṣe fún wa yìí o ẹ jẹ́ a jáde ká lọ dìbò fún bàbá ọmọ olódòdẹ bàbá ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. Area 51 o ṣé o adúpẹ́ o ẹ ṣeun sà èmi tí mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ Rónkẹ́ Ònébù ni mò ń jẹ́ Ìkòròdú lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ni mo ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ gbòòsà fún bàbá wa ọmọ olódòdè, gbòòsà fún màmá wa Olúrẹ̀mí Tinubu, gbòòsà fún area 51. Adúpẹ́ o, adúpẹ́ gbogbo abiyamọ ló dúpẹ́.
All right. A few days ago, there was this hashtag about Nail Fund. Apparently, the kids got 40,000 naira each. They are happy, over the moon, celebrating. And someone said, "Oh, it's a loan, it's a loan." Well, it's 0% interest. There is no it's zero interest loan. It's a zero interest loan, and you don't have to pay it immediately after you graduate. You have to get a job first, right, before you begin to pay back. And it's 40,000 stipend, and then of course they pay your tuition, right? And it's beautiful. Just in case you haven't heard about it, I'll just read a few things about this stuff. Other parts of the world where they have student loans, students have to pay interest. The UK pays 6%. The United States pays pays 8%. Ghana pays 6%. Kenya pays 4%. Something was trending the other day where someone said Kenya was free. Kenya is not free. Um, if you take the student loans, you will pay interest. In Nigeria, when the students take loans, they don't have to pay interest. It's zero interest, right? And also there are modalities to ensure that it doesn't, become a burden. So they have to start working, then they can schedule the payment. And I think it's something that, when the chairman of APC said to Sheon the other day that the parents of those students, they are also going to be part of the electorate, right? So the election will be determined by those people as well. And the funny thing is, history has a way of history doesn't really repeat itself, but somehow life comes in cycles, right? In 1955, excuse me, in 1955, when Papa was about to begin the free education policy, one of the people who were vehemently against that policy was Azikiwe. There is, excuse me, there was, as a matter of fact, on the pages of his newspaper, West African Pilot, cartoons and articles against free education. In 2025, from 55, that's 70 years. Is that 70? Is that 70? Yeah. 70 years later, you have a situation where Peter Obi is against what's being done as far as the loan is concerned. And you begin to wonder, why? Are you a reincarnation of your elders? So the point is, when people say things like, when Peter Obi says that the next election will be between Tinubu and Nigeria, the people who are enjoying this nail fund, they're also Nigerians. So those students are voters. Oh. Their parents who don't have to bother about having to raise money for their children's education, they're also going to vote though. So we'll wait till then. Meanwhile, shout out to the MD CEO of Nelfund, Akintunde Oluwole Sawyer. He has enrolled over 1,400,000 students. They have disbursed over 300 billion naira, right? Fees and tuition, 190.06 billion naira disbursed, and monthly stipends, 113.85 billion naira disbursed, all in 2 years. So this is brilliant. This is beautiful, and we're glad that young people are able to go to school without worrying about their tuition and feeding and so on and so forth. All right. Having said that, let's now go to the final report. July 29, 1966 was when the counter coup took place. And one of the people that was killed was a man, Aguiyi-Ironsi, who was the first military head of state of Nigeria. He wasn't the only one who was killed. The governor of the Western group of provinces at the time, Adekunle Faji, was also killed alongside Aguiyi-Ironsi. Today, family members and people who are close to Aguiyi-Ironsi decide to remember Aguiyi-Ironsi. They had some celebrations and stuff. And also a while back, his son was interviewed. And before I go into the political conversation that has to do with this particular thing, I want to acknowledge the fact that people losing their parents, regardless of the politics or what caused it, is bad. It's a terrible feeling. Um, I know what it feels like to lose a parent, right? So this is not to say that people's hurts or their the pain about their dad dying, particularly the way he did, is something to write off. However, that pain is personal and it is private. When it comes to conversations about politics and national development and the history of this country, we have to go beyond. We have to have empathy. We have to have compassion. We also have to have wisdom. We have to be able to confront what the elephant in the room. The man, what happened in July 66 did not happen in a vacuum. It happened as a response to something that happened before then. But before we go into that conversation, I'd like to play a few clips. First of Aguiyi-Ironsi's son, who by the way was an ambassador at a point in time, and this was a while back, by the way, when he was interviewed on Arise News. Please take a listen to this.
General Aguiyi-Ironsi's son, Tom, was just 12 years old at the time, and he was with his father when they led him away, never to be seen alive again. Tom went on to represent Nigeria as its ambassador in several postings abroad, and would later become, in 2007, President Obasanjo's Minister of Defense. I'm delighted to say that Ambassador Tom Aguiyi-Ironsi joins me now in the studio. Thank you very much indeed for coming in. Really honored to have you here. What do you remember of that period?
Thank you very much, Charles, for having me. As you just mentioned, I was 12 years old during that period. But if I look back at the events of 29th July, actually I'd come in from the summer holidays.
You were in boarding school in England,
Yes,
of course.
Coming from summer holidays. The day itself, I was with my father in his drawing room in the guest house, and he jokingly told me that there are soldiers surrounding us downstairs.
And that was the guest house in Ibadan.
That's right.
In the military governor of the western region, Faji, that was his house.
That was right, his house. So he told me that he doesn't know whether they're friendly or not, in a joking manner. And then later proceeded to give me some instructions as to what to do when I got back to Lagos. And then there was a knock at the door, and he told me to stand behind the door because he didn't want anybody to come inside. And from the door, I could hear voices, and people saying there's going to be no killing here. And that was the end. So yes, 29 July is an important date in the history of Nigeria, but also January 15th. I'm not here today to open wounds. So first of all, I must say that all those that lost their lives in January and July 1966, may their souls rest in peace.
Amen. But I just want to go back to that date. You were 12 years old. You've shared some of your memories with us. But just, did your father have any premonition that that was going to be his last day on earth? Did he seem frightened when he was giving you those instructions?
I really don't want to go into too many details.
Right.
Because some of the people who are alive, who can speak better on such matters. But from my perspective, as I said, I was on summer holidays. I came back and he took me on a tour. We went to the north, we went to Benin before we came to Ibadan. As a student of strategic studies, politics, international relations, I've read, I've also done my research. I realized that part of his tour was consultations with the elders in the north, and he had come down to the west to consult with elders in the west. Because, as you mentioned before, there was a lot of distrust that this was an evil agenda. And the Northerners insisted that he should consult with them. The Saldana was killed. He brought about much bad blood. The Emir of Sokoto came down to see him and he said, "You must consult with us." He failed to do that initially, and by the time I came on holiday, he was in the process of trying to make up for that.
So they needed reassurances.
They needed reassurances as to what programs he was going to do, what he was going to do with the soldiers that were locked up who carried out the coup.
And that was part of the anger, wasn't it? That in spite of the fact that he put down that coup, he didn't actually do anything with these soldiers who were essentially, who essentially murdered Nigeria's political elite.
That was it. He was too slow. Nowadays, when people are slow, they say it's a virtue. But at that time, they didn't want things to be slow. He was taking his time. There was also the case of Awolowo. Some people would tell you that he was just about to be released by my father. But these things are, as I said, in the past. We need to look forward.
Well, that's a very good point. And on that note, I'm going to have to say that we're out of time. Ambassador Aguiyi-Ironsi, the son of Nigeria's first military head of state and, of course, Nigeria's former defense minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You hear a man like this, or you hear a man speak like this, and you know you've got to be compassionate, not because everything is said is correct, especially towards the end when he talked about Owl, like his father was about to release Owl. If you were here when we discussed who released Owl from prison, we did that last week, I think. By the way, the videos are still on our YouTube channel, the live section. You can still watch it again. Ironsi did not release Owl. What Ironsi was trying to do before he was killed was to transfer Awo from Calabar to Ikoyi prison. And then if Ikoyi prison, if he was against Ikoyi, they will now put him under house arrest in Ikene. It wasn't releasing him. That you find all that in the book by Papa. The book is called Adventures in Power, Book 1, My March Through Prison. Awo told you exactly what happened. And if you read On a Darkling Plain by Ken Sariwa, you see how that lie about Ironsi has something to do with it, how it began with Ojukwu, who, by the way, by 2001, he was claiming that he was actually the one who released Awolowo. That's Ojukwu, just lying all over the place, So no, Ironsi did not release Awolowo. It was what Gowon did, and Gowon did it 24 hours after he became head of state. He became head of state on the 1st of August 1966. He released Awo on the 2nd of August. Papa left the prison on the 3rd of August. But Ironsi had been there since January 16, 1966. But having said that, I think it's also important to acknowledge the measured approach of the ambassador and how he talked about it, and the fact that he also acknowledged this is not everything. Just stay with me, please. We are going to listen to some other clips, but this is the kind of response I want to give to this particular speech. That he acknowledged that it wasn't just about what happened in July. He also acknowledged what happened in January, right? January was not just the precursor, but the reason for the July coup. That's why it's called a counter coup. That's why when people begin Nigeria's history and begin to talk as though everything began in July, or everything began with people just killing Igbo people, that's not how it started. You have to go back to January, you know. But like I said again, the way he spoke, I think the best way to respond to it is just to appreciate his objectivity, even though of course you can still feel that bias because of course it's his dad. It's natural. Like you can't hold that against him. But he was able to acknowledge the fact that this thing is beyond what happened to my father. Some things also happened before then. So for that I appreciate him. And of course, like I said earlier, he's his father. He will have that different outlook. It won't just be academic, right? But we are going to be academic here. Primarily not because of what he said, but because of the other clips I'm going to be playing. I'll be playing. But before I play that clip, I want to thank Team Ajek on YouTube for the super chat, for the gift on YouTube. Thank you very much for your support. I really do appreciate it. God bless you. Having said that, I want you to listen to two people. Let's start with this one.
On the verge of making Zik their candidate, which means at the level where it mattered.
By the way, this is a professor of strategic management and human capital development. His name is Oke Ikechukwu. So take a listen to what he has to say as everybody remembers Aguiyi-Ironsi. Take a listen, please.
We're actually on the verge of making Zik their candidate, which means at the level where it mattered, the Nigerian elders knew there was no division. They knew that there was a misunderstanding in 1966. They knew the Igbos didn't send Nzogu on any errand.
What kind of nonsense is this? What kind of nonsense is this? Misunderstanding. There are key leaders of every other place but your own. Misunderstanding. And to be clear, for the umpteenth time, Nzogu was not the one who planned that coup. Nzogu did not plan. He was not the leader of the coup. He was the second to the last person that was brought in of the original 7 guys. Who was 1 second. Yeah, 7. Ifajuna, Oji, Okafor, Chukwuka, Anuforo, Nzogu, and Ademoyega. Nzogu was the 6th person that was brought in. He did not spearhead the coup. I don't like it when professors and elders begin to talk and be mentioning Nzogu as the planner of the coup. He was the one who coordinated the northern operations. People call it Nzogu coup because he was the one who went on radio in Kaduna. But he was not the mastermind. I mean, you can talk about the plans that he had in the north and what he wanted to do and what he also thought that everybody was doing together. But in actual fact, I've said it several times, as much as I hate what Nzogu did by killing the Sardauna, his wife, and many other people in the north, there's many people that he killed beyond Sardauna and his wife. There were others. There was a Yoruba man, that was killed. Who was working. There was I forget his name now. There was a private secretary of Sardauna too who was killed. There are many people that they killed, apart from Rashida Inde and Ademulegun, who were also killed in the north. While I don't like the things that he did, he was a revolutionary. Just like Ademoyega did not kill anybody, right? But he was also a revolutionary. But the original coup plotters were Igbos. And they were not just Igbos, they had an Igbo agenda. And they said it. We'll talk about it on Monday. But let's not be talking this thing in 2026. The Igbo did not send Zogu. And we're going to read some books before we go. Let's just finish. I hope I can take all this without having to stop him. But let's see how it goes.
For the aftermath of his rascality, they knew that there was a misunderstanding in 1966. They knew the Igbos didn't send Nzogu on any errand. But the aftermath of his rascality impacted negatively on them. So that is really a series of missed opportunities and myths began to arise, worsened by, low-grade politics. But again, I look at what's happening in Umuahia today and I ask myself, look at the attendance. 7 and retired officers of the Nigerian Army. The event today means they don't recognize 1966 as having breached esprit de corps. Was a distortion of history, an unfortunate act. And if you look at it historically, you will see that it's easy to understand. Zogu was a major. He killed some of the most respected Nigerians. His colleagues didn't kill those they were asked to kill. And because of the ethnic connection, they say, oh,
I feel like crying. Because what do you think will happen to children? Was it Nzogu who killed Tafa Balewa? Did Nzogu kill Festus Okotiebo? Okotiebo? Is it Felix or Festus? I can't remember. Okotiebo. Was it Nzogu who killed Okotiebo? Was it Nzogu who killed Samalado Kakintola? Why are they mentioning Nzogu? There's a reason. There's a reason. Festus, thank you. Festus Okotiebo was killed. Memalari was killed. Did Nzogu kill Memalari? Did he kill Kar Mohammed? Did he kill Pam? Why are you making it? Nzogu did terrible things in the north, but you are making it sound as if Nzogu. There's a reason they are doing that, by the way, and the reason is because Midwest. Let's just continue.
Their brothers they spared. But what's the profile of the man behind it? As a soldier, you know that a senior officer does not take instructions from a junior officer. So for a major to enter a radio station, announce he had taken over, and then in the process of that announcement, he's instructing the GOCs to take over and be in charge of the areas where they are. First, you're addressing brigadiers general. You're not even a lieutenant colonel, not a colonel. So that's clearly a soldier out of his depth completely. And that's why Ojukwu, who was in Kano at the time, he said nothing has happened. That some rascal entered a filling station, a police station. That this is a profession. You don't take such instruction. It was Ojukwu who foiled it, if you recall, in the north. Unegbe, another Igbo man, was shot when he was trying to prevent them from taking arms because he was in charge. Now look at the truth and then look at the narrative that has come. And with it has also come the degeneration over the years. The late Wali of Sokoto, Ambassador Hamza Ahmad, in 93, 94, he was also the editorial board of this day as a consultant. He told a very telling personal story. He was secretary to Sir Ahmadu Bello. At a point in his life, he also served as secretary to Zik. And he was telling us there was no day Zik, Awo, and Ahmadu Bello did not talk throughout before all that crisis. So that national cohesion of I'm protecting my interests, but we have a common platform.
How does that
was always there?
How does that stop Father was
and
able to
worse still, the concept of development and leadership has also collapsed. The single space governed by Ahmadu Bello is now split into 19 units. Look at Southwest and all of that. 19 administrative units delivering poverty, the same for all the regions. And the quality of persons occupying those positions has also progressively deteriorated to the point that the only issue you're talking about is how much did you do.
So I already gave you what I want to say about the son, who is a respected gentleman. This one is a way to obscure the truth. Fact Finder on YouTube. If your father and the rest of your family members are imbeciles, it's okay. But don't go on social media calling people imbeciles, right? That may be something that runs in your family. I hope you can see my face, okay? The 1966 school was an Igbo coup. If you are angry with it, or get transformer, okay? And I've done sessions on it. I've read books about it, and I want to even read some things today. Pay attention, please. Don't let anybody lie to you. Let's start with something from the Southeast. From the man who was the leader of the Biafran army, was the commander of the Biafran army. Fact Finder, you are this close to being sent out of this place. I'll just send you to the naughty corner because you're a retard. Hilary M. Njoku wrote a book called A Tragedy Without Heroes. Did Igbo send him? I don't care. The point is that the Igbo intelligentsia had a plan that they hatched in 1944. I did an entire video on it called Why is the 1966 Coup called an Igbo coup? And I did it on the anniversary of the 60th anniversary of that January coup. The video is on YouTube. If you have the time, please watch or listen to the things that we have to say there. I went all the way back to 44. The plan began in 44. The Igbo people as a group gathered themselves together in a town hall and say, all of you army officers, go and fight for us. So of course they did not do it. But the intelligentsia, they call themselves Igbo National Caucus. They hatched that plan. Not for the coup, but for the takeover and domination of Nigeria in 1944. And their goal was 20 years. It was supposed to happen in 64. And in 64, they met again and revised their plan. And they said they're going to do it in 5 years, 69. That same year they met in 64, there was a constitutional crisis where they were planning a coup. The coup was spearheaded by Ojukwu himself, Bassi, Victor Banjo. Again, you always have people like that who think they know what they are doing, they're just being used. And Nnamdi Azikiwe. What I just said right now, you'll find it in the book by Frederick Forsyth Ebeka. You find it in Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. You find it in Reminiscences by David Ejo. If you come here to insult me, having spent your lifetime reading only receipts and invoices while selling spare parts, I'm going to send you to your fathers. So stop being stupid in the comment section, particularly that clown on YouTube, because there was a coup that was planned in 64. You also see records of it in Just Before Dawn by Kole Motosho. There's a coup in 64 that somehow they just let it slide because they were able to resolve the crisis without having to resort to that coup. 65, the coup that happened in 66, the planning for the January 1566 coup started in August of 1965. Read the special branch report that was released on April 1966. You will see the document. It is available. As a matter of fact, it's available free of charge on Redomi Global on Telegram. We have a Telegram channel, Redomi Global. Any material we know that we can't find to buy, we'll just put it there. So you will find that special branch report on that channel. The planning started in August. And no, it was not Nzogu who started the planning. It was Ifajuna, Oji, and Okafo. How do we know this? Because the special branch report was published after the interrogation of these people. 1 second. I have to do something on TikTok. Please, if you're on TikTok, let's part out. This is showing inactivity, and I don't even know. It's a bit slow. So I'm going to get that sorted, and then we'll continue. Just give me a second, please. When we say the coup is an Igbo coup, it is not hate. It is factual. We are talking facts. All these hate that you are doing all over the place, your tears will not boil rice. You are just crying for your ori. It's beyond you hate me. It's what have we discovered? Does that mean that somehow you are blaming Igbos? Is that the question? Let me ask you another question. That's what you think. When you talk about the counter coup of July 66 and you call it a northern counter coup, does that mean you hate the North? Do we not call it northern counter coup? Does that mean I hate the North? You will do something and be hiding behind one finger. Say, I didn't do it, though. Be acting like a child that they caught him hand inside the jar of cookies. You did what you did. And the fact that you still have professors trying to pontificate and trying to explain things away is why young people in the Southeast will not be able to heal. It's history. It happened. And if it happened, you move on. Simon Yekwere, if go out to I don't have time for your one-on-one. You have been you. Simon Yekwere, you can leave. Oh. Your fathers are sitting under one palm tree, drinking palm wine while listening to recordings of Nnamdi Kanu. Go and listen to that nonsense. If you disturb me, I'll just send you away. 1 second. Let me change the audio source, please. I will finish what I'm saying. If you like, Org Transformer. It's not even for you as much as it is for other Nigerians who have been who have been almost gaslighted into not even ignorance, into there's a word I'm looking for. You know, this is a situation where you begin to now pander to the person who should be apologizing to you. you will hear something today. Wait 1 second, please. Let me change the audio source. Somebody say why are we always talking about this? It's not easy. Share we thank you. That's what I was looking for. Great timing. Guilt trip. I used that word earlier. Somehow, they will guilt trip you into surrendering your sovereignty or your autonomy because you're trying to pander and act as though somehow you owe people something. Nothing will happen to my devices. Or you will say it. 1 second though. Particularly for all these Yoruba people who just be moving like, hey, sorry for Mumbo, I'm going somewhere. By the way, due respect to Ambassador Tom Aguiyi-Ironsi, that's a good man. One second, please. Hello, can you hear me? All right, I think we're connected. So let's get into this. Let me repeat some of the things I said. August of 65, as a man, Ifajuna, and 2 other guys, OG and Okafo. 3 of them. Let me tell you something before I go on. This Ironsi, have you ever asked yourself, how come they killed all those people that they didn't kill Ironsi? One of the things you notice when you study the period, right, is that every single Igbo leader who was supposed to be killed had either an alibi or there was a coincidence that led them to not being killed. I'll read you a report next Monday by the grace of God. God, who will read some of the things that they said in the aftermath of the coup and what they should have done in retrospect. Those things are recorded. We'll talk about those things. But one of the things you notice is that every single person who was supposed to be one of the major leaders, nothing happened to them. The special branch report said that the people that came later were made to believe that the coup or the activities will happen in every single capital. I mentioned last week. There were 5 capitals in Nigeria in 1966, and there was one place of interest. You had Lagos, you had Ibadan. Lagos was Nigeria's capital. Ibadan was capital of the Western region. Kaduna was the capital of the Northern region. Enugu was the capital of the Eastern region. Benin was the capital of the Midwest, right? And there was one place of interest, that was Calabar, where Papa was being held at the time, was in Calabar prison. 6 places. When you read Why We Struck, which I have here, the idea you get is that, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to release Awo. By the way, it never said they're going to make Awo prime minister. It's a nonsense that came from the Southeast in 1967. Over 1 year after the fact. All those who want to make our prime minister is not in the book. I've read the book. I can tell you what to read every page. I've read the book cover to cover. I have more than 1 copy. I can even. There's nothing like that in the book. The only thing he said was that they were going to release political prisoners. And guess what? The day they were going to get the person that was supposed to fly to Calabar to go and get Awo freed, that person did not show up. Go figure. Again, Ademwega, Victor Banjo, the same spirit of Yoruba idealism, very, very naive people just shouting one Nigeria all over the place. Now, again, I believe in one Nigeria, but not the one that makes you naive or used and dumped. Ademwega was used and dumped. Banjo was used and killed by the same person, Ojukwu. Anyway, 3 people started this thing. Ifajuna, Oji, Okafo. Then they brought in Humphrey Chukwuka. Chukwuka brought in Anufuro. Everything I'm saying right now is in special branch report. I've told you where to get it free of charge. It's on Redomi Global. Redomi is spelled Redomi Global on Telegram. So please get it so that we can all study together. I'm not making anything up. Ifajuna, Oji, Okafo brought in Anufuro. Anufuro brought in Chukwuka. Chukwuka brought in Anufuro. Anufuro brought in Nzogu. Nzogu then brought in Adewale Ademwega around October of 65. That October was when the crisis in Ibadan happened. Wetie, which is why I disagree with every author who says that Wetie was the cause of the coup. At best, it was a catalyst. It couldn't be the cause because they started planning the coup in August. You can't be the cause of something you've already started. Now, here's the crazy part. If you read the 5 majors by Ben Gule, he mentioned there why this man, Ironsi, was not killed. But before we get there, let's go back just a bit. Let's start with Ẹkáàbọ. Ẹkáàbọ was the commander of Biafran army. This is what he wrote in his book, A Tragedy Without Heroes. Please take a listen to this. But they said they would not kill anyone. The general said. Who is the general he's talking about? He's talking about Aguiyi-Ironsi. That obviously was an admission of foreknowledge of the coup. Jack looked at me. Jack is Gowon. That's Yakubu. They call Yakubu Gowon. They call him Jack. Jack looked at me. None of us said a word. From this day forward, I was to lose Jack's confidence from all indications. He thereafter bore the impression or the notion that I knew about the coup beforehand. Njoku is saying here that after the coup took place, Ironsi was saying, but they said they would not kill anyone. Again, this is not to rubbish his memory. You know, people make mistakes, things happen. Nobody's saying anybody, you know, may his soul rest in peace. But we're discussing history because when people start talking like this and saying things like, it wasn't like people saying them. Stay with me. But they said they would not kill anyone, the general said. That obviously, this is Njoku saying, that obviously was an admission of foreknowledge of the coup. Jack looked at me. None of us said a word. From this day forward, I was to lose Jack's confidence from all indications. He thereafter bore the impression or notion that I knew about the coup beforehand. Why would Yakubu Gowon do that? Thanks for asking. I want to read you stuff from the Jack himself. We're going to look at 2 books. One is biography, the other one is autobiography, but it's essentially the same thing. So if we have one, then we'll be good. Just give me a second, please. His biography is called Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman. One second. Shoot. I would have 40 device with Wakiri. Okay. I think we can make it work like this. This piece is clumsy. So this book was published in 1986. This is his biography. This one was published in 2026. This is his autobiography. Let's read together. After midnight, so I'm reading this autobiography. This biography was written by Professor J. Sawa. After midnight, on his way out of the party with Edith was Gowon's girlfriend. Gowon remembers vividly having met the general officer commanding the Nigerian Army, GOC, Major General Aguiyi-Ironsi. General Ironsi's remarks are still verdant in his memory. Ironsi had told Gowon and Edith, well, have a nice time. You never know tomorrow. Yakubu then turned to his girlfriend and asked, did you hear what the general said? The girl said no. He then repeated the statement to her, and she retorted that she thought it was rude. By the way, we will have it. Well, have a nice time. There's dash. That dash, they decided not to write it. They said it was vulgar. Then he said, well, have a nice time. Dash. You never know tomorrow. So he says, Gowon asked, did you hear what the general said? The girl said no. He then repeated the statement to her, and she retorted that she thought it was rude. Gowon replied that it was not only rude but vulgar. Both of them then proceeded to Ikeja barracks, where Gowon was lodging. A few hours after their return, Gowon was woken up by, you know what, let me not read Gowon was. Let's hear from Gowon himself. I think it will be better that way, so it doesn't look as if I'm putting words in his mouth. I hope I find the page very quickly, because all this Might be no. Okay. So by reading the book he published this year, it's a very, very good book. Um, we have it on Redomi Books, by the way. Many of these books are still on Redomi Books. Some of them are out of print, like A Tragedy Without Heroes, but just check them out. So let's start from here. I'm trying not to go back too much, but I found what I'm looking for. I just want to start in the place. Okay, good. It says here, I decided to leave the party early to be able to have a good rest that I needed since I returned from the UK less than 36 hours earlier. I decided not to take Edith back to Ibadan. Edith was his girlfriend. She was Igbo, by the way. I decided to take Edith back to Ibadan that night, but to where she was staying in Apapa, Lagos. On our way out of the party, I informed her of my decision that I would now take her back to Apapa, where she lived with her uncle, Mr. Ome, who was a manager with Guinness Company Limited. She refused and insisted she would rather stay with me. Try as I could, all my efforts to make her agree to my plan were to no avail. In the end, I had no choice but to take her with me to my temporary lodging at the officers' quarters in the barracks in Ikeja. It was providential that I did not tell anyone at the welcoming party that I had changed my itinerary, and so the impression that I had gone to Ibadan lingered amongst all who were at the party. The house was uncomfortably hot on the night of 14 January. Sound sleep was out of the question because the ceiling fan was as ineffective as it was inefficient. I did not realize that the situation in the residence merely presaged the shape of things to come. As I tossed and turned on the bed in the pitch dark room between 0200 and 0230, that was 2 a.m. to 2:30 a.m., I sensed a flurry of movement of people and vehicles, which made me to wonder what was happening. But I paid scant attention to all, contemplating as I tried to sleep that the unit might just be engaged in routine internal security service, which is the norm in units or barracks. However, in about 2 or 3 hours or so, the degree of urgency that attended the movement seemed to increase as the minutes ticked by. I'm going to jump some paragraphs. Eventually, the hurried sound of the beagle to muster soldiers, officers, and men on the parade aroused me, and I looked out of the window to see what was going on. I saw Martin Adamu, the battalion adjutant at the time, going to his single and junior officers' quarters further down the road opposite where I stayed. I called out to him in a whisper from the window, asking to know what had necessitated the commotion and beagle call for muster parade. He did not answer. Quietly, to avoid waking Edith, who was fast asleep, I put on my dressing gown and went down to meet Adamu. I asked again, Martin, what is happening? He told me the GOC, General Aguiyi-Ironsi, was around, briefing officers and men about what had happened in Lagos earlier on and was still going on. That was strange. So I asked, why the general? Why not the brigadier? This was because if anyone was to be around in the unit at that time of the night, it should have been the brigade commander, Mimalari, and his staff. After he gave me a quick situation report, I asked if he had called the brigade commander or the adjutant general or any other senior officer to give them an update. I'm going to jump away from the conversation he had with Martin because of where we're going. Give me a second. Good. Here. Martin and I swiftly headed for the battalion headquarters where the GOC was briefing the officers and men. In a flash, listen to this. In a flash, Ironsi's statement to Edith and me when we took our leave from him at the party a few hours earlier came back to me. That's the stuff that Isara was talking about in the biography. In a flash, Ironsi's statement to me and Edith when we took our leave from him at the party a few hours earlier came back to me. On our way out, he said to us, "Have a nice day. You never know tomorrow." Of course, I knew that the GOC's remark was vulgar, but given my state of mind then, I had easily waved it aside. However, in the situation that we were in before dawn, and with what had happened, Ironsi's reference to tomorrow suddenly took on a new meaning. I momentarily stopped in my tracks to wonder if this was the quote-unquote tomorrow. Could the GOC have had prior information or had a hand in what was afoot? I had no immediate answers. With the benefit of my most recent experience on the high seas, I was no longer ready to summarily discountenance the probability of anything happening. Yet the puzzle of a complicit Ironsi in a coup did not fit. Now, having said that, we're not going to go on reading because he gave a lot of details that we don't have time for. So we're going to read his biography to fill in the gaps very quickly. So he says here, after his briefing, General Ironsi gave orders to the effect that it would take 2 hours before the first unit could get into town. This was the point at which Gowon really reacted. He asked about the approximate time the coup took place and found that the exercise had begun at about 3 a.m. He could not understand why it should take 2 more hours before the rebels should be tracked down. He then turned to his officers and tartly said, "These people have got 2 hours ahead of us, and we are giving them 2 more. I give every one of you 15 to 20 minutes to get ready." He then turned to the general and said, "I am going." Curiously enough, Gowon observed that Colonel Njoku, the one who wrote the other book, who had said nothing all this time, then asked him, "If something happens to you, who would look after the boys?" Gowon then retorted that if the officers who had been killed meant nothing to him, Njoku, they meant everything to him. That's Gowon. Now, I will put everything together. Remember that Njoku said that when they had the meeting in Ikeja, Ironsi said, but they said they will not kill anyone. And Njoku said, Gowon looked at him a certain way as though he knew. That was because Gowon is writing to you here in this other books that there was a conversation between him and Ironsi a few hours before the coup took place. Mombo, let's go back to Njoku's book. The general officer commanding asked for paper and pen. These I provided. He wrote down key points and very important personalities, VIPs, to which troops were to be sent for protection. This includes, pay attention, the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, the Parliament House, Post and Telecommunications, P&T, the Prime Minister, the Inspector General, IG, the Brigade Commander number 11 Thompson Avenue. That's where Malari was, who they already killed. In addition, he listed some of the officers he wanted apprehended. Listen, this included Major Ifajuna, Captain Oji, and Lieutenant Nwokocha. We'll come back to that. Why did he say Major Ifajuna, Captain Oji, and Nwokocha? Ifajuna and Oji were among the 3 official planners of the coup. Remember that because we're going to read something else in the book by Ben Boulay. He had lost his nerves. That's Ironsi, the GOC. He had lost his nerves. His hands were shaking. His writing could not be read without difficulty. I asked him to have some coffee. He was grateful, and coffee was ordered for him. Jack and I did not take the coffee. During a conversation, the general officer commanding repeated his earlier statement, but they said there will be no bloodshed. The man who spoke to us, the professor, wants us to believe that nobody listened to these people. They just went on their own. By the way, he was the one in the north. He's the one you should be hammering. Is Nzogu. The people who were there telling you that Ironsi said, but they said they will not kill anybody, but they said there will be no bloodshed, and then nobody knows tomorrow. Now, how does this all work? How do this work together? One more thing. Shoot. Dear. Yeah. Give me a second. We'll tie everything together. When we say something is an Igbo coup, it, again, just to be clear, it is not meant to be an indictment on the ethnicity. Just as when we say northern counter coup, doesn't mean that the entire north gathered together in one room and said, oh yeah, go and do counter coup. Because you owned it. But as a matter of fact, if you read Beckon to Self by Shehu Shagari, when the coup happened, Igbos were everywhere owning it. Now, people all over Nigeria celebrated, to be clear. It wasn't just Igbos that celebrated, but they owned it. And they used it against the Northerners. That's one of the reasons for the crisis and massacre of May 29, 1966, May 27, 1966. Because they told them that it was only Nzogu that could beat sense into them. You find it in Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. You find it in Tragedy of Victory by Godwin Alabi Sama. You find it in the origins of the Civil War by Nnamdi Azikiwe. These things are not made up. And why do we say these things? Because I don't want you to keep gaslighting the rest of us and acting as if we owe you something or that. If once you call it Iboko, it means you hate us. Are you dumb? People gathered in a place and did something on behalf of their people, and most of them were Igbo, and they did it to further Igbo interests. Is it Ibibioku? 1 second. We are going to read one more book. I didn't know I was going to spend so much time. Mumbo. Remember the OG I mentioned earlier, right? And you also remember good. Please pay attention to this. This is Bengbule. The book is called Nigeria's Five Majors. It says here, Major Ifajuna and his colleagues did not get around to conducting any meaningful rehearsals before embarking upon such a hazardous, far-reaching venture as a coup. We said this because in the north, they had rehearsals. Nzogo organized rehearsals for them. Bengbule was in the north, but stay with me. It says here that Major Ifajuna and his colleagues did not get around to conducting any meaningful rehearsals before embarking upon such a hazardous, far-reaching venture as a coup. That was due largely to the aforementioned tight security measures mounted in Lagos by the federal authorities. The upshot of it all was that the operation was not only badly planned, but also badly executed. Major Ifajuna's rough and ready methods had far-reaching yield. Major Ifajuna's rough and ready methods had far from yielded the much desired result. Pay attention, please. But by far the most formidable obstacle between the coup executors and success was the unanticipated element of treachery that manifested itself in the course of the nocturnal operation. In that regard, and to begin with, both Major Don Okafo and Captain Ogbo Oji, who are these people? The planners, the original three, Ifajuna, Oji, and Okafo. It says that there was an unanticipated element of treachery. Both Major Don Okafo and Captain Ogbo Oji, the latter of whom was Ironsi's kinsman from Umuahia, had taken a stand against any step that might embody the killing of Ironsi. The very same man who at the most crucial stage of the operation called out the troops of the 2nd Infantry Battalion with orders to quell the rebellion. It was, to say the least, too much of a coincidence that while the two would-be assassins were pointedly making for the GOC's residence hoping to apprehend him, he himself was at the same time heading towards Ikeja to enlist the support of the personnel of the said 2nd Battalion with a view to quelling the coup. In other words, when you see the list, Oga Adewale Ademoyega, the wonderful idealist revolutionary, you will see that they were supposed to hold alive Ironsi. Now, listen and tell you that you are a revolutionary. In reality, Ironsi knew about the coup before it happened. We got that from Njoku and from Gowon. By the way, there were 3 people that were in that room that wrote books about what happened in that morning. I should just quickly say it. There was Njoku, who eventually became the commander of Biafran army. There was Gowon, who eventually became the head of state in Nigeria. There was David Ejo, who became the governor of the Midwest. He also wrote a book called Reminiscences, and he talked about what happened that morning. How Ironsi pointed a gun at him and asked him, David, are you for me or against me? This does not in any way disrespect Ironsi's heritage or Ironsi's legacy or whatever. It's just to say that we cannot continue in this country to be hearing our story of victimhood and people saying that, oh, we didn't do it, oh, you guys are liars. Oh, people that were there wrote books. If you have not read the books, let us discuss it together. We are all learning together. But don't come and gaslight us and tell us that, forget about it, just take my own story of victimhood. That's nonsense. What Bengbule is telling you here is that Oji was from the same hometown as Ironsi, Umuahia, Abia, Umuahia, Adamawa, Yola. He's from Umuahia. And he decided that Ironsi was not going to be killed because he was from his own town. And it was himself and Okafo who told Ironsi that they will come at a particular time. At the time they were going there, he was leaving. Sorry, guys, there's a fool. You called me a fool, is your father. Self-evident, your father. is whatever you called me. I'm going to mute you. I'll say it you guys now. I'll be saying, because most of you are like my son's age mate or my younger brother's age mate. So I'm sending you straight to your dad that refused to raise you properly. There's a book I wanted to read. Oh, King Bagby. This clown wanted me to forget. Oh, shoot. I'll remember. I will keep talking. I'll remember. Where was that? Someone says Reminiscences is not so popular. Can we approach the publishers? The book is out of print, but I have it. Don't worry. We will all read together. Where was I with my conversation? The point is, OG insisted that Ironsi must not be killed. That's what Bully is telling you here. Which tells you that the idea that, oh, he didn't really know anything about it, though, it just happened to, I'm talking about January. Because like I said, Ambassador Tom Aguiyi-Ironsi did something very fantastic by acknowledging the fact that what happened in July could not have happened or would not have happened without what happened in January. However, that January event, the way we talk about it as though it's a myth, it's not a myth, it's historical. People wrote about it. And Ironsi did not just happen to be on the scene, he was part of the whole thing. Geez, do I have time? Let's do something. I didn't plan to do this, but we're going to do it together. This same Ironsi, who supernaturally, coincidentally, in quotes, was driving out at the same time OG and Okafor were going in. I remember the book I was going to read. I say I will remember. That same Ironsi eventually became the head of state, but there's a reason that happened. Give me a second. I want to find you a book. This one, Why We Struck. Who did Bengbule say that were the ones who brought the unanticipated element of treachery? Okafor and OG. Who are Okafor and OG? They were two of the three original planners. Did you also notice that when Ironsi was drafting the people to go and bring, he wrote Ifajuna and OG? Why? Your guess is as good as mine. But let me read to you from Why We Struck by Adewale Ademega. Two officers were conspicuously absent from the gathering. That was the gathering they had in his house. Sorry, they had in Ifajuna's quarters. But the story is long. Two officers were conspicuously absent. One second. No. This is not the part I want to read. By the way, one of the people that were absent was Obieno. Obieno later came and said he was the one that foiled the coup. He was part of the original planning. He was supposed to be the one to bring vehicles from Abeokuta to Lagos. He disappointed and then turned around and said he was part of the people that foiled the coup. People are just deceiving themselves. Give me a second. I'll find the page I'm looking for now. This was about how Okafor now came back and said, oh, I could not do anything. Where is this page? We must find it together. I found it. Listen to this. I went out to look for Okafor's group. Remember Okafor, the same one with OG? I went out to look for Okafor's group. I met Okafor himself coming from the Federal Guards barracks. What has happened to you and what have you achieved? I shouted at him. I have just lost my command, Okafor said slowly. The news sent cold sweat through my spine. I almost shivered. Oh no, what have you done wrong? What's all this about? I spoke to my RSM just now, and he nearly shot me. He said the GOC had been to the barracks. I did not meet him there. Mr. Remy? Thank you, sir. Only I spoke to my RSM just now, and he nearly shot me. He said the GOC had been to the barracks. I did not meet him there. The one that Bule is saying, when you were on your way to his place, you already told him to leave before you got there. Now he's saying that he's telling our Yoruba revolutionary that he got to the place, he did not meet him there. What? Did he escape from you? I asked. I went to his house to arrest him. I found that he was not there. He had not yet returned from the party. Which party? I asked. Everybody had left the party since 9 last night. No, it was another party. He had been to another party after Memalari's party. Now he had been in here. Excuse me. Now he had been in here. He commanded the troops not to take any orders from me, and none of them would obey me now. In fact, they were ready to shoot me. It was shocking. It was horrible. If you could no longer use the federal guards, what troops could we use? Where were the men? Which was the force to rely upon? Why was it that your own group did not achieve anything? I asked Okafor. No answer. Okafor, OG was supposed to have gone to pick Ironsi. Suddenly, OG had told him because they're from the same hometown. Okafor now came back empty-handed to Ademega saying, I have just lost. Only I have just lost my command. If you go and follow people between revolution now, you will suffer. Because the people are doing things you don't know. You are like meeting. They are doing meeting after meeting after meeting. But is this all we know about Ironsi? No. Oh no. Let's go a little deeper before we go tonight. Today is Friday, Avi, so let's have something for the weekend. One for the road. Mombo. I would have brought all these books out if I knew that we're going to consult them, but I didn't know it was going to be this deep. But I'm not complaining. I hope you aren't as well. Someone says party after party. Party boo. The party that is talking about, let's not go there. I'm going to read 2 books. It's going to take me some time. I'm going to read Beckoned to Serve by Sheo Shagari. And I'll read you something from Chief Richard Akinjide. From what we had read so far, you can tell that Ironsi was not ignorant of what was happening. And according to Kinjide, and according to brilliant. According to Joku, he said, but they said they will not kill anybody. Then later he said, but they said there will be no bloodshed. In other words, he knew. We also read from Ben Bule, who told us how OG, not OG, OG as in OJI. At what point did the GOC hear from OG about the coup? The GOC has to explain this. The GOC is late now. The GOC died July 29, 1966. OG, and according to Bule, OG and Okafor were treacherous because they informed the GOC before they even got there, because OG was from the same hometown as Okafor. Where did I get those names from? I got it from the book I mentioned earlier, Special Branch Report. Also, I said that of those 5 capitals and 1 place of interest, there were actions everywhere, but not in places that had to do with Igbo people. So there was action in Lagos. That was where the Prime Minister was killed. The Minister of Finance was killed in Lagos. Malari was killed. Kam Mohammed was killed. Lagema was killed. Pam was killed. All of these people were killed in Lagos. All right. There was action in Ibadan. That was where SLA, Chief Samuel Adoka Akintola, was killed in Ibadan. There was action in Kaduna. That was where the Sardauna was killed. That was where his wife, Hafsat, was killed. That was where Brigadier Ademulegun was killed. His wife, who was 8 months pregnant, Latifa, was also killed. She was a nurse. She was killed with her pregnancy. That was where Rafshuda Inde was killed. That was where the private secretary to Sardauna was killed. That was where some police constables were killed. A lot of people were killed in the north as well. In Kaduna. In Enugu, nothing happened. Nothing. We'll talk about it on Monday. All those Macarius nonsense, I always say Macarius. It was not because of Macarius. There was no plan to do anything in Enugu. It's even in the Special Branch Report. I'll read it on Monday. All right. So there was nothing happening in Enugu. And the reason was because, of course, there was an Igbo premier, Okpara. Nothing happened in Benin. Benin was the capital of the capital of the Midwest, but there was also an Igbo premier there, Osadebe. Nothing happened in Calabar where Awo was being held because the morning they were supposed to get the person that will fly and go and bring him in the prison. You can read this book while we struck. The person was nowhere to be found. Just be telling you, oh, we're going to do it together. We're going to do it together is a lie. They didn't even carry aeroplane. They didn't even find the helicopter to take to Calabar, let alone release Awo. But he was writing manifesto in his book. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. That is why I laugh when I see you people with our English. Oh, we have degree. You will be carrying thermometer all over the place. They will use you. We have the memorandum and the clinical memorandum. I will show you the real memorandum now. Prof, it will be hot. Let me read some things to you about what happened after 15th. We're not going to say too long on it, just a bit of it to give us what we need. I'll just say a bit, then I'll read the other part. So let me tell you, 15th of January was when the coup happened. It was early hours of Saturday. After it happened, the Northerners decided that, listen, we're going to have to do something about this. Let's reach out to the British so that they can help us to be able to apprehend the mutineers or the coupists, wherever you want to call them. So the British embassy said, you know what, we can help you, but we're going to need the letter from your prime minister. Oh, we can't find our prime minister. Okay. We need the letter from your acting prime minister before we can get involved and help you guys. Okay. So what are we going to make our acting prime minister? Okay. There are two parties in the alliance, right, in the parliament. There's NPC, Northern People's Congress, and there's the NCNC. Okay, so what we should do is this. NPC is the senior partner, so to speak. They have the most seats anyway. So amongst themselves, they caucused and they said, we're going to have Zana Bukar Dipcharima to be the prime minister. And then they went to meet the Senate president, who was also the acting president, because again, it was Westminster model. It was parliamentary system, not like what we have right now. The president was conveniently out of Nigeria. Zik. By the way, Azikiwe left Nigeria in October. It did not return until February 67. Go figure. They don't finish Aburi before Azikiwe returned to Nigeria. No, sorry. He traveled October 65. It did not return until February 66. Aburi was 67. Azikiwe traveled October 1965. It did not return until February 1966. What a wonderful coincidence. Anyway, when he left, he had Orizu, who was the Senate president. He left him to be the acting president as well. So they went to meet him, the caucus, the Northern People's guys. The NPC guys. Not just, some of them were not even Hausa, by the way. There's a Yoruba man there as well. Richard Akinjide, we're going to read his own testimony. They went to meet Orizu. Oh yeah, appoint Dipcharima as our acting prime minister. Let us read now. The same day, I'm reading Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. We're going somewhere. We're going to get to Ironsi eventually. Just stay with me. That same day, Ironsi sent for me. I drove myself to his residence, where I also met Mr. Dan O. Ibekwe, a man of reassuring belief in federal Nigerian unity. Dr. Orizu offered his condolences on the death of Sir Ahmadu Bello, the Sardauna of Sokoto, and asked me to convey his sympathies to the people in the north, particularly those in Sokoto. He urged me to explain to them on my return that the coup was purely a military affair, just like what the professor was saying earlier. They've been saying it since 66. We'll not go agree, because not lie. Which had nothing to do with the Igbo as an ethnic group. Orizu pointed out that Major Nzogu, the most prominent of the mutineers, was an unknown entity among the Igbos in the eastern region. We're going to jump from here to what then happened later. One second. If I let me read some of this thing here. It says here, the ethnic composition of the mutineers and the selective nature of their murders were soon perceived as ethnically motivated. This is, go on. The same thing you will find in Anthony Nauro's 1968 August 12 speech in Addis Ababa. Now, waiting you go find everybody will know anything, get sense. They know what's happen. More they read now. Of the 8 core conspirators, 7 were Igbo, while the remaining 1 was Yoruba. Save Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Jiu Negbe, a Midwestern Igbo. Neither of the 2 Igbo premiers of the East and Midwest regions, nor any other Eastern Igbo military officer or politician was eliminated. In fact, the eastern and midwestern capitals of Enugu and Benin City, respectively, was how they became the premier. Just give me a second. Fine, found it. It says here, when we decided to recognize, the Charima, a Kanuri from Borno. Let me go back just a bit. Metama Sule and I were separately detailed to explore with our absent NPC and NCNC colleagues the possibility of naming someone to stand in for the PM. I was consulting with the NCNC ministers at Dr. Mbadiwe's residence when we heard that Northern and Western Premier Sir Modubelu and Chief Akintola respectively had been assassinated. Hence, I rushed back to the Charima's residence where I found my colleagues in a state of shock and desperation. However, we decided to recognize the Charima as a Kanuri from Borno as our interim leader and to ask the acting president, Dr. Orizu, President Azikiwe was away on leave, to appoint the Charima acting prime minister. We also summoned Major General Ironsi and gave him full authority to use every force at his disposal to suppress the rebellion. He moved his headquarters temporarily to the police headquarters at Moloney Street to facilitate easy communication with army units in the regions. While at the Charima's residence, we contacted the British High Commission and requested for military assistance in the event that our loyal troops should require any. The response was positive, but the British insisted that the request must be written by the PM or in his absence by a properly appointed deputy. Stay with me, please. We therefore drove to the residence of Dr. Orizu and requested him to appoint the Charima acting prime minister. Dr. Orizu requested to see our NCNC colleagues to confirm whether they supported our proposition, and they joined Dr. Mbadiwe's residence. He was the choice of acting prime minister. This was naturally unacceptable to us since the NPC was the major governing party. What are they saying here? We had the meeting, and because we were the major party, we said the most senior member of this group, of this party in the parliament, should become the acting prime minister. Who was that? Buka Zana Dipcharima. The acting prime minister, the acting president, who was also Igbo, by the way, Orizu, said no. As a matter of fact, Akinjide did not even mince words. He just said it straight. He said no. He now said what they wanted was to have Mbadiwe as prime minister. If you tell me he's not an Igbo coup, God will judge you. Because you would have had a president in Azikiwe Igbo, Senate President Orizu Igbo, then you have a prime minister Mbadiwe Ozumba Mbadiwe Daro Deviai. That's also Igbo, DOC Ironsi Igbo, because Ayebo Mbubuawa. The plan was to have Mbadiwe become the prime minister. You know what? In the mouth of two witnesses, the truth shall be established. Abi? Mambo. I want to make sure we balance this thing. This is not hate. This is truth. The Bible says the truth, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. If people know this thing go from the south, to even help them, you'll be able to walk knowing that this is what happened and that's okay. You'll not be lying all over the place. Like somebody wrote, obfuscating issues to hide their intentions. Where is this part? Mumbo, I'll find it. Let's do it this way. While I'm looking for it, I'm going to continue reading. I've actually seen what I'm looking for. Good, I found it. Let me finish. I'll finish with Shagari, then we'll go to Akinjide. So they said no. They're not going to appoint Zenajib Charima. They wanted Mbadiwe. The NPC guy said, no, because we're the major governing party. After all, Tafawa Balewa himself was NPC. So it says here, they had apparently been caucusing at Dr. Mbadiwe's residence. He was their choice of acting prime minister. By the way, Shagari here was also in the parliament at the time. This was naturally unacceptable to us since the NPC was the major governing party. While we were at Orizu's residence, pay attention. While we were at Orizu's residence, Major General Ironsi, who had seemingly secured Lagos, came in with some armed escorts. He requested for a tete-a-tete with Orizu. The two had about 40 minutes discussion in another room, in the other room. While we waited anxiously in the sitting room with the armed soldiers standing and staring at us. Major General Ironsi finally emerged, he talked to Dipcharima Sotovosi and then drove off with his troops. Dr. Orizu then joined us, regretted his inability in the circumstances to oblige our request. After meeting with Ironsi, who were supposed to think that he doesn't know anything about it, Abi? Okay. Having 40 minutes, and I can assure you, nobody can change my mind because of fact that in that meeting, Azikiwe was probably part of it. How do I know? Because by evening, go on YouTube, you see the video of Azikiwe's speech on the 16th of January, the very next day. Before Nigeria knew that we had a new head of state, Zik already announced it in the UK. And he already gave him a title, which we'll maybe talk about tonight, or you can watch our video, you see it there. But let us continue. Where were we? So, he had a meeting, 40-minute meeting, with Orizu, and then he left with the army where he bring come. Then Orizu now said that, I regret that I'm unable to oblige your request in these circumstances. He suggested we all return to our homes and wait until we were required. All efforts to get any clarification failed, and we left in utter desperation. Now pay attention. I was about to break the Ramadan fast on Sunday, 16th January, when all ministers were asked to report to the cabinet office at 6:30 p.m. The whole premises was surrounded by soldiers in battle order that some of us initially hesitated to enter. In the cabinet chamber were Major General Ironsi, Bukar Dipcharima, and Ibrahim Tako Galadima. There were no officials present. Major General Ironsi admitted to us that he had been unable to suppress the rebellion, which he said was getting out of hand. He stated that the mutineers were in control of Kaduna, Kano, and Ibadan, and had killed 2 regional premiers, Sir Ahmadu Bello and Chief Akintola. They had also murdered a number of his best officers. That Kano thing is actually, he has come up, but let's leave it for now. They had also murdered a number of his best officers, including Brigadiers Malari and Samuel Adesujo at Demulegun, the commander 1st Brigade headquarters in Kaduna. Ironsi was full of emotion and even shed some tears. Yeah. When we asked him about the whereabouts of Sir Abubakar and Chief Okotiebo, he said he still did not know, but averred that efforts were being made to locate them. At this stage, Mbadiwe broke down and kept crying. Please, where is the Prime Minister? This man was going to become the Prime Minister that afternoon. No? I mean, on that same afternoon, where did it happen? On 15th. On 16th, Baba broke down and said, where is the Prime Minister? When we reminded Major General Ironsi if he needed to avail himself of the British pledge of military assistance, he replied it was too late as the army was pressing him to assume power. Oshe King Saul. The army was pressing him to assume power. Indeed, he confessed his personal reluctance to take over because of his ignorance of government, but insisted the boys were adamant and anxiously waiting outside. He advised it would be in our own interest and that of the country to temporarily cede power to him to avert disaster. Accordingly, we acceded to his request, since we had no better alternative. Ironsi then insisted that the understanding must be written. Surprisingly, there was no stationery to write the agreement, and all the offices were locked while no official was around. Alhaji AGF Abdulrazak, the Minister of State for the Railways, former NPC legal advisor, managed to secure a scrap paper on which he drafted a statement, which we endorsed. That was a so-called voluntary formal handover of power by the Balewa government to Major General Ironsi. It was agreed that the statement would be typed and Dipcharima would sign it on our behalf. We were then advised to return home and await further instructions. I only got to break my Ramadan fast around 9:30 p.m. Later, at 11:50 p.m., Dr. Orizu made a terse nationwide broadcast announcing the cabinet's voluntary decision to transfer power to the armed forces. Major General Ironsi then made his own broadcast accepting the quote-unquote invitation. He suspended certain parts of the constitution, set up a national military government with office of military governors in each region, and briefly outlined the policy of intention of his regime. Nigeria's first democratic experiment was effectively over. And although the mutiny had by then practically collapsed, military rule had arrived, it was a fact. But that man is outside now. He's from the north. Nothing else are not good, Abi. They are good, by the way, but just in case you don't believe him, let's read from this man. This is Richard Akinjide. Only, we heard Akintola had been killed, Sardauna had been killed, and commander of the army in Ibadan, who was in a hotel, was killed in a hotel. But we continued holding cabinet meetings in Buka's house. He's talking about Buka. In fact, let me go back just a bit. A lot of dichotomies and internal things that happened at the time, the history has not been written till today. And that is why many writers write half-truths and half-falsehoods. Again, there was no vacancy, as people assume, because one Buka Dipcharima from the Northeast and Minister of Transport in the cabinet then was chosen as our leader when we did not know where the Prime Minister was. He was not there then, in our view. He wasn't there at the time. We heard Akintola had been killed, Sardauna had been killed, and commander of the army in Ibadan, who was in a hotel, who was killed in a hotel. But we continued holding cabinet meetings in Buka's house. That gap was there, and because many of you didn't know about that gap and what happened at that time, you continue to write half-truth and half-falsehoods. What was critical at that time was that Ironsi started coming to the cabinet meetings with soldiers, sitting outside the door where we were holding cabinet meeting. What was he doing there? I was there as a cabinet minister. Then the person asked the question, the interviewer asked the question, did anyone raise any objection? Of course. We asked him and he said just to keep us safe. We didn't ask him to come. We did not need your security, but he kept coming. Right then, we smelt a rat. Later on, I must tell you that I got a report, very big report from foreign intelligence, that in fact, Ironsi was the leader of that coup. Hello? Then the interviewer says, but Nigerians believe it was Major Kaduna Zogo who was the leader of the coup. He responds, no. I was given a bulk report on Ironsi's involvement in the coup. I said, we didn't know where the Prime Minister was, but Ironsi was going left, right, and center. We discovered later that he was indeed the leader of the coup. He now asks us to hand over power to him for safety. I said, why do we have to hand power over to you? You are the head of the army. Keep the country safe. But he insisted and forced us to hand over power to him at the cabinet meeting. Power was not handed over to him, but he took power from us by force. Then they asked him, but Orizu announced to the nation, that is not true, he cuts in. Don't forget that at that time, the head of the army was Igbo. Zik, the president, was Igbo. The acting president, Orizu, was Igbo. Zik was far away in the Americas. He said he was on holiday in inverted commas. Don't believe that story. Would you say, so the person asked him, would you say Zik was aware of the coup too? I won't answer that question, because if I answer that question, it will lead to other questions. Don't forget that he came back eventually and went straight from the airport to one Bakari's house in Ikoyi. You see, the area you are taking me to is extremely dangerous, and I don't want to create headlines for you. Then the person says, sir, you have played significant roles. You know, there's many other things. Let's just leave it for now. The point I'm making, everybody was in the room, knew what happened. Number one, they did not hand over power to him. They took it by force. Number two, Orizu lied and told people that, oh, they just handed over power, you know, we're all okay. Ironsi took power, and he did not take the power so that Nigeria can be better. I mean, with all due respect to his family members, we're all remembering it today, but I would have just let it slide because of what his son said. Without that interviewer, we need to respond. It's not good for the next generation if we don't respond. So I'm going to read three sources, three stuff. Try to remember the book. Number. I'm going to read Crisis and Conflict. Give me a second. Okay. Good. I'm going to read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria. Let me just open the three books so that, again, I like to read more than one so that it doesn't look as if you hear from one thing and you're now shouting, hey, you hate us. Nobody hates anybody. We are all children of God. Just that it's not good to lie. So what am I going to do with this truth? Sincerely, it's just to protect myself from liars who will now say, see what you did to my fathers, therefore open the door to your house because we are victims. I don't care about your victimhood like that. May God bless you. But I'll find that thing. I'll read to you how that oath. By the way, when Ironsi got into power, he didn't try those people, though. Prof. Mourinho, he didn't try the people that did all that thing. He didn't try anybody. Everybody was just on John Ho, on John Yon. Oh no, this is not the one. Oh, this is not the one. You are not the one. Timo really fair. Can't you see? You will lock me. Do you know that song? You will lock me up. He's the one. What's that guy's name? I'm going to call in Nigeria. You is the one. Timo really fair. I found the book I'm looking for. Just the page. Can't you see? All of us will be blessed in this country. Great. Azados. God bless you. See, people know song in this place. Azados. So let's read 3 books. We'll start with Anthony Enauro's speech, August 12, 1968, in the conflict and crisis and conflict in Nigeria. Then we'll read Educated Elites. And let's start with Educated Elites, and then we read. No, let me not confuse myself. Let us start with Anthony Enauro's speech. We'll go to Educated Elites, and then we'll finish with why we struck. So let's do this one first. It says here, the decree number 34, which Ironsi announced, Major General Ironsi announced on 24th May 1966, a major constitutional and political step, which, contrary to traditional practice, had not been widely discussed. By the way, the decree was a product of one-man committee, Francis Nwokedi, just one man. And you know his ethnicity, but it was not an Igbo Quo. It was not an Igbo Quo, wasn't it? The decree number 34, a major constitutional and political step, which, contrary to traditional practice, had not been widely discussed, announced the unitary system of government, the dissolution of political and tribal parties, and other measures. But the faithful words in the announcement were, the regions are abolished. Before promulgating this decree, Major General Ironsi did not even allow the Constitutional Committee, which he had appointed and which had begun to sit in regional centers, to complete its work. Despite his public and written undertaking that no constitutional changes would be introduced until after the fullest consultation with the people of the country. All this caused great disquiet in all parts of the country and led to the May 29 disturbances in the north, in which a number of Igbos were killed. There was an uneasy calm. Okay, let's go back just a bit. The opportunities of January 15 were misused in several ways by the Ironsi regime in the months that followed. For a while, every Nigerian hoped that the country would go on to achieve greater progress in its development generally. Unfortunately, General Ironsi allowed matters to be taken out of his hands by prominent Igbo leaders in the army, in the public service, and in public life. Affairs in the public service and the armed forces appeared to lend color to the impression that the coup of January 15 was designed to install Igbos in positions of power. Out of 21 promotions in the army in April 1966, for example, 18 were Igbo officers. General Ironsi drew his principal advisors from the Igbo ethnic group. Ethnic groups tend to be chauvinistic, but the Igbos were the most militantly chauvinistic, and this naturally created apprehensions in the minds of the others. I don't want to go into what happened with the Decree 34. They were going to, actually the plan was to just promote 18 officers. Then people clamored and they said, okay, let's add 3 Northerners. There were 5 Yoruba people that were ahead of those 3 Northerners. They took those ones ahead of them. It's in this book, which we are going to read now. Another important point, this is Adewale Ademega, why we struck. Another important point was that we removed the politicians because we were convinced that they were evil. We did not favor any side. We did not seek to wear the garb of any political party. This we knew for sure. Ironsi, on the other hand, surrounded himself with a particular tribe and chose the political policies of a particular party. That tribe was the Igbo and the party was the NCNC. He could not see that this kind of situation called for the balancing of ideas, principles, and personalities. From what book? This one. Let's finish up this thing and go home. There are many things, but there's no time. We'll just read something from Educated Elites and then we'll say goodbyes. Pay attention to this, please. It says here, in the circumstances, the view began to gain ground that the coup was evidence that the Igbo plan for a takeover of the country was maturing. And there was the fact that the first head of the military government, Aguiyi-Ironsi, surrounded himself with top Igbo civil servants as advisors. The suspicion of Igbo domination grew as Igbos within the army were promoted to the rank of officers, and the unification decree was issued in response to the minority report of only one member, Nwokedi, an Igbo, and against the firm recommendation of the majority of the committee that had been set up to examine the proposal. Frightened that the unification decree would establish firmly Igbo control all over the country, the peoples of the North in May 1966 rose up against Igbo inhabitants in the northern region. This first of a series of spontaneous massacres of Igbos was the last straw, which persuaded a number of Igbo leaders that their dream of Igbo domination was beyond achievement, that the size of Nigeria and the factor of loyalty to the tribe, rather than to one Nigeria, were strong among the large ethnic groups in the country, that justly or unjustly, anti-Igbo feelings had risen very high in the rest of Nigeria. In the words of the academicians, themselves all the time tribalists, who drew up the argument for secession as early as May 1966, this is what Igbo intellectuals wrote. Since the last event, unification decree, it has become crystal clear that the former leaders of the action group have, as predicted, joined forces with the former leaders of the NNDP in a renewed battle against Easterners. Action group are Yoruba, NNDP are also Yoruba, that's Akintola faction. That they have joined hands together in a renewed battle against Easterners. Recent events have further demonstrated, pay attention please, that these leaders are clearly striving to counter the efforts of the military regime to forge national unity. We started this conversation with unity. I'm going to go back there, they will end. They are saying here, these are academics, intellectuals, book people. They supported, by the way, they drew the plan for the coup, they drew the plan for unitary system, they drew the plan for the war. Sorry, why do we have a lot of retards come here now? Oh my God, oh my God, oh God. Lord, save these people. Save them, Lord Jesus. Amen. Go back. Where was I? Let's go back to the book. Recent events, these are Igbo academics, bookworms. Recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders are clearly striving to counter the efforts of the military regime to forge national unity. In other words, they support the military and they wanted to forge national unity. If you want to know what the unity looked like, please read this book. I don't have the time today, please. I would have loved to read. If we have time, maybe we'll read it, but time will see. What Ironsi wanted, they had unified the civil service so that they can dominate it. They talked about land, owning land everywhere. Then, school leavers, as soon as they were done in the east, they were moving en masse into the north, taking over things. And Ironsi was talking about the fact that we're going to have one government, not multiplicity of governments. That's the idea of unity. The kind of unity that will make all of us come together so that one group can dominate the rest of the country. Then you come and tell me there's not any Boku. Okay, let's keep reading. This is from the Educated Ones. By the way, the book I'm reading right now is called Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society by E.A. Ayodele. The Igbo guy said, recent events have further demonstrated that these leaders, as Yoruba leaders, are clearly striving to counter the efforts of the military regime to forge national unity. In this respect, the Western leaders are one with the Northern leaders who are similarly opposed to a unitary system of government in Nigeria. And all of them are anxious that the country should revert to the old federal structure, which, as everyone knows, was the principal cause of most of the woes of the First Republic. The lecturers hated the idea of federal Nigeria. They wanted unitary system and they wanted Igbo military to be in charge. That is what history teaches us. But this is not to say the majority of Igbos saw themselves as seekers of dominance over the rest of the country. This is what the Igbos wrote. The self-styled leaders and spokesmen of the Igbo people, mainly university intellectuals, let me pause to say this. I am not saying, like I said earlier, that the Igbo people as a whole went into one man and said, yeah, go and do this for us. But here's the thing. The Igbo leaders, they were in the military, they were intellectuals, and they were folks in the public life, right? And politicians. They gathered themselves, came up with a plan to favor their people. And when they succeeded, it favored them and they championed it and they cheered them on. When it failed, you want us to now say it is not from them? Haba, fear God. This is what the writer goes on to say. The self-styled leaders and spokesmen of the Igbo people, mainly university intellectuals, in quote, argued passionately, listen to this, that it would be wrong to see the Igbo as grabbers of most of the offices in the country. Rightly considered they contended, by the way, this is quoting a document called Mbeyi Collections that was published in 1968, 1st March. They said they deserve to hold this post by virtue of their special talents. They, the Igbos, were superior to other ethnic groups in culture and civilization. How? They were the most receptive to new ideas and the most able to assimilate them. It would be most unfair and unjust for any other people in Nigeria, particularly the Northerners, to wish to dominate Nigeria. For Northern Nigeria lacked education and culture and was never in a position to contribute to the advancement or progress of the country. Therefore, they made a case why the Igbos should be the ones leading us. And when the prime minister idea did not work in Mbadiwe, they then brought in Ironsi to become your leader. And by 16th January 1966, Sunday, in the evening, Azikiwe was on TV in the UK, telling the world that we now had let me play you that video. That will also help us to wrap up. Nigerians did not know, by the way. Thank you very much, Ayanfe Jumari. Nigerians did not know what's up until 11:50 p.m. on Sunday. But that same Sunday evening, listen to what Azikiwe said so that you hear it from the horse's mouth. Does this mean that anybody hates any ethnic group? No. But you see, don't lie to people so that you can. And the reason is because once you admit that you are human and you made mistakes, then you cannot claim to be a perpetual victim. That's the problem. And if your identity is predicated upon the idea of being a victim, then you cannot be a regular human being. Because regular human beings make mistakes. Who here hasn't made mistakes before? Have you ever heard the Hausa come or the Northerners come and say, it was not a Northern counter coup, you are a bigot? They don't talk like that. We know it happened. Your wife also made mistakes. We've talked about it here before. But when you have a group that says, we've never made mistakes, you just hate us because we are better than all of you. We are superhumans. They cannot acknowledge that mistake because it will somehow rid them of the ability to claim to be victims, which is crazy because how can you be superior to all of us but also the victim of everybody else? It's amazing. 1 second. I want you to listen to Azikiwe. Take a listen, please. This one.
From the information at my disposal, the cabinet decided to transfer power to him as the general of.
The cabinet did not decide. They were forced to do so, as you heard from two parliamentarians, Shehu Shagari from the north, Akinjide from the south. Azikiwe is giving us Lamba. He was in London. He was in Surrey and giving us wonderful Lamba. But pay attention, he's going to use a particular phrase. That's where I'm going to hone in on before we go.
From the information at my disposal, the cabinet decided to transfer power to him as the general officer commanding the armed forces. It means
there was nothing like the general officer commanding the armed forces. There was no such title. Zik gave it to Ironsi before Nigerians even knew that there was a coup. We had the general officer commanding the Nigerian army. We do not have a general officer commanding the armed forces. And Zik wasn't a frivolous speaker. You don't have to agree. I mean, I don't agree with most of what he said, to be honest. I just say the truth. But he knew what he was saying. When did the man become the GOC of the armed forces? Pray tell. Was it after the meeting they had, the 40 minutes conversation with Orizu and Ironsi? Was Zik on the call? Because in this in this speech, he also mentioned that he was on the call with Orizu. Was it that call? Let's finish.
Decided to transfer power to him as the general officer commanding the armed forces. It means an abdication of power. And since it means then the suspension of the president, the prime minister, the 4 regional governors, and the 4 regional premiers. In other words, the civilian authorities have found it impossible to maintain law and order and have transferred same to the military authorities until law and order can be maintained.
Are you or your cabinet setting a time limit on this assumption of power?
I'm not even going to say it because I wasn't there. But the acting president, in a telephone conversation to me, merely mentioned that cabinet met and unanimously and voluntarily agreed to abdicate power. I'm assuming in the light of previous practices where in the world that it will be temporary.
Now, you heard from the cabinet members, they did not voluntarily do anything. They did not abdicate anything. They were surrounded by soldiers, and also asked them to give him the power, and they had to give it. They had to surrender it. But you had the Orizu telling the world that, oh, they were tired. They just gave him power. And one of the 2 things that are very important in this was, number 1, he reiterated that the cabinet handed over power voluntarily. And they used the word abdicated. When you say abdicated, that means that you are now making the place empty. What do you mean abdicated? When they were literally fighting for Bukar Charima to become the acting prime minister. How is that abdication? Because if you say abdicated, that means that you're like, okay, we don't want to do anything. Oh, yeah, come and take over. That's how they now came and take over, to come and save the day. Number 2, he called him the general officer commanding of the armed forces. There was no such title. So essentially, he was telling us that we now had a new sheriff in town. And then by 11:50, Orizu came and made his speech, and then Ironsi then came and made his own speech. Now, Ironsi has come and gone. He had some very ridiculous policies, by the way, particularly decree number 34 of May 24, 1966. That unitary thing is what we are still suffering from today. This is 2026. That's the reason we are now looking for state police after 60 years. That's the reason power is so concentrated in Abuja. That's the reason everybody's always thinking of how to get something from the center instead of how to do something in their regions. That's the reason why everybody goes cap in hand every month. That's why we're now fighting for devolution of powers. We're fighting for fiscal federalism. We're doing all of these things because of what he did. Now, again, there's no leader without blemish. So I'm not trying to make him look as if he's the worst of all. However, when people begin to gaslight us with saying things like, oh, Igbo's not, it wasn't the Igbo who, he didn't even know about it, it just really happened to him like that. No, we're not going to be hearing that kind of thing. Final clip before, I hope I'll be able to stomach this before you go. Oh boy. Hope you had a great time. Okay. This is from the Ironsi celebration. I want to just play everything about Ironsi today, and so we call it. We'll know that we're done with that. Take a listen to this, please. By the way, this person he is the head of the Aguiyi-Ironsi family. His name is Imo Aguiyi-Ironsi, and what he said, I'll just respond to it very quickly. Then we'll go. Thank you very much, Olori. Oh, maybe I'll put it up. Thank you. What is the title and author of this book, sir? I've read plenty of books. I don't know which one you're asking. Please take a listen to. I'm sorry. If you watch the stuff again, you will be able to pick out the books. There are many books, so it's not one in particular. Okay, over. You can say that to your parents. Let's start from this one. Not you, the Yoruba guy, who is the clown that just came in to say nonsense. Take a listen to this, please.
He was a man of vision. He was a destabilized Nigeria.
Oh boy, I hate that word. It's a lie. You should not have said that. By the way, I did not watch this video before now, so sometimes I don't watch videos before I come, so that I can. In fact, all this video of Ironsi that I just played right now is only the one by the son that I watched before coming here. I like to make it fresh so that that's why sometimes it looks a bit disorganized. I'm picking up books. There's a reason. I don't want you to look as if I came ready. Where? Oh, okay, move on. Let me read something from the Detribalized Man. Pay attention to this, please. Ironsi seemed intent on pursuing his declared goal of establishing a unitary state. 3 national study groups were set up in mid-March to deliberate on matters regarding national unity. I'm reading Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. 3 national study groups were set up in mid-March to deliberate on matters regarding national unity, a proposed constitution, and the development of a national economy. Ironsi also appointed one of his Igbo intimates, Mr. Francis C. Nwokedi, to report as a one-man commission of inquiry on the formation of an administrative machinery for a united Nigeria. They're always talking about unity. Unity. You remember what Majiparam said? We're going to end with that later. Just, they need unity. And there's a reason for that. It's because of scarcity. It's not because of magnanimity or altruism or benevolence or love and harmony. Nah. But we are united in Jesus' name. 3 national study groups were set up in mid-March to deliberate on matters regarding national unity, a proposed constitution, and the development of a national economy. Ironsi also appointed one of his Igbo intimates, Mr. Francis Nwokedi, to report as a one-man commission of inquiry on the formation of an administrative machinery for a united Nigeria and the unification of the 5 public services and judicial services. So instead of having Western Civil Service, Eastern Civil Service, Kaduna Civil, Northern Civil Service, Midwestern, and so on and so forth, and Federal Civil Service, making 5. We just put everything together, just become Nigeria Civil Service. Because why? We are united. Nonsense. Let's continue. The appointment raised some echoes given the committee's sole membership and its tendentious terms of reference, which excluded federalism. All the more so because the matter centered on regional autonomy and control over state decisions, jobs, patronage, and the instrument of judicial power. Although one non-Igbo person was later asked to join Nwokedi, the damage had been done. I'm going to jump very quickly. This is what Major General Ironsi read as his budget speech on 31st March 1966. He boldly asserted, "I am convinced that the bulk of our people," have you heard that statement recently? The Nigerian people, our people. You hear it from Peter Obi. "I am convinced that the bulk of our people want a united Nigeria, and that they want it in future one government and not a multitude of governments. Because why? We are united." On the latter view, Ironsi was mistaken. Henceforth, northern criticism of the regime became more strident, pervasive, and uncompromising. Yet, the regime surprisingly appeared impervious, even encouraged to press on. In May, Ironsi indicated that jobs and lands anywhere in the country would be available to any Nigerian. Why? There's no land back home. There was, in my view, much to commend in such a policy, but given the climate of inter-ethnic mistrust coupled with the extensive Igbo penetration of northern entrepreneurial and vocational life, it raised a specter in the eyes of average northerners of greater Igbo competition for jobs and land in the north. Such apprehension was compounded by the northerly influx since January of eastern school leavers in search of jobs or opportunities for higher education. Did we read this somewhere before now? I think we did. Let's check to be sure very quickly. So he said jobs and lands anywhere in Nigeria can go to every Nigerian. If you're a Yoruba person, you think that is a statement of unity, it's because you don't understand what's happening. The person who is saying that is not saying that because he wants you to come to his place and enjoy anything. He's saying that because he needs to be in your place to enjoy what you have. Unity is a strategy. It is not like something that is coming from a place of, love or altruism, or we need each other to survive. I need you to survive. It has nothing to do with that. The person needs you, but they'll tell you that you need him. That's why you hear this ridiculous nonsense about I developed your land. Because you know that you need the people. Let me read that stuff for you. Let's not go ahead of ourselves. Beneath the difficult restraints, this is 20th October 1960, Maji Param. Beneath these difficult restraints, regional differences are great. I believe that the Igbo are the main force for unity. They need unity. As the poorest region, though perhaps the recent strike of mineral oil will change that, they have had to pour out of their overcrowded forests to seek work all over the other regions. Therefore, you will hear that we have to be united. I don't mind you even coming to my place and enjoying stuff. We're all Nigerians after all. But when you do it with so much militancy and combativeness, as though you are, and then you'll be speaking as though you are doing people a favor. These were the things that Ironsi was trying to leverage on. It was trying to leverage on what people had. If you read the book, we're not going to read tonight, that one, Just Before Dawn by Kole Motoshaw, in the dramatization of what may have happened, in the meeting after the governor of the groups of provinces met, you will see how Asan Katsina was saying that what you're doing will essentially dispossess Northerners of opportunities that they have in their life. In other words, you are going to move in here because, first of all, we don't even have a lot of people working in the civil service or working, even in Northern civil service. You already have a lot of people from your place. By the time you now say that everybody now own everything, there's no Northern civil service. Let me explain what that means to you. It's like saying that there's no Oyo State civil service. There's no Ogun State civil service. There's no Kaduna State civil service. All these 36, right now in Nigeria, we have 37 civil services or civil service commissions, 37. Right? That's 36 states and one, the federal capital. Now imagine somebody else and the federal civil service, rather, not federal capital, federal civil service with offices across Nigeria. The president now says, oh yeah, collapse all the 37 into one so that everybody can just move anyhow. If you continue to read this book, you will see what was going to happen based on what Ironsi was doing. How Igbos were changing certain things in order to get ahead, even in the north. And it was one of the things that caused the riots of May 29. What happened in May 24? And what happened between 24 and 27 with the publishing of the Drum magazine and another publication and their activities in the civil service. All of that to say this. Have we finished listening to that stuff? Not yet. Let me just finish. All of that to say that while we respect the dead, it's not good for people to be lying to the rest of us. Let's listen to the rest of this thing from the family head. I stopped because he said it was a detribalized Nigeria. There are no detribalized Nigerians. Naive or manipulative. He knows what he's doing. He's just lying to you. And for the most part, the manipulative are more. For the Yoruba people, the tribalized people are more naive than anything else. Let's make it very clear. I'm not against one Nigeria or unity. I love Nigeria. I love that we should all be united. But you see, when you start using the word detribalized, that people should forget where they are from. Just like what Peter Obi said earlier today, I want Nigerians to be able to live without thinking of their tribe and religion. Just say I'm Nigerian. Nowhere in the world do they think that way. Nowhere. It's only Africans. We need to have a meeting. Is there something wrong? There's a book that Pastor Matthew Ashimolowo wrote back in the day. What's wrong with being black? Is there something wrong with being African? Everybody acknowledges who they are. It is the Nigerian that they put together by force that will be shouting, I am Nigerian and I don't want to care about my ethnicity. Who are you? You are nobody in here. Europe has less ethnicities than Nigeria. Nigeria has more ethnicities than Europe. Nigeria has more ethnic groups than the entire continent of Europe. Nigeria has more languages than Europe. Please pay attention. This is not about division. Nigeria, you can fact check. Go ahead and verify, right? Nigeria has more ethnicities than Europe. Nigeria has more languages than Europe. But Europe will say that if you're going to have EU, there are 24 official languages. We understand that we have to recognize the German, we have to recognize the Norwegian, the French. Even if you're from Lithuania, where is a small, every group must be recognized. But in Nigeria, when you have so many people, you have clowns telling you that we're just detribalized. You are dumb. You are lost. And you know the saddest part of this, and this is what pains me most, you did not even decide Nigeria. They decided it for you. In the 1648 Westphalia Treaty, the Europeans decided to create the idea of nationhood and sovereignty began with Westphalia Treaty. They decided to delineate and create nations for themselves. They got into Nigeria and into Africa. They brought all kinds of groups together and said, you are one. You now don't have enough sense as a people to say, you know what, okay, we can be one as Nigeria, but we can have our separate groups and have ethno-linguistic components of this nation, so that of this country, so that our nations can now build the country. No, we must act like the nations don't exist so that we can build a country that we don't even understand. Why are people dumb? And it's Africans everywhere. They're shouting they want that. Some people saying they're looking for one Africa. The only continent on the face of the earth where they're looking for oneness as a people is Africa, and it's a people that they don't even decide their own. There's no country in Africa that determines its borders. Not one. We have 54 countries. Not one of us said this is the extent of our borders. Not one. And we'll be shouting as if we know what we are doing. Oh, one Africa. We can unite. Unity of purpose, but you can't lose identity. Oh, one Nigeria, I'm detribalized, I don't really care where I'm from. That's your family's problem. In reality, they should just know that you are -1. You must be rooted where you are from. It does not mean you hate Nigeria. I love Nigeria to bits. And I believe that if every part of Nigeria grows, Nigeria has grown. That's why I can boldly tell you that we have a FIFA stadium in Nigeria, but it's not even in my region. It's in Akwa Ibom. But as long as they have it in Akwa Ibom, Nigeria has it. If they are doing well in that regard, and we do what we have to do in that, and everybody is doing that, we have grown Nigeria. Not by saying, I don't really care where I'm from, or we're just one Nigeria. That's what Peter Obi is telling you. He's not doing it because of unity. He's doing it because of the same fundamental thing that will make people look for unitary system. Scarcity. Let's finish this stuff.
A good leader. He occupied the seat of head of state for only six months, and he was taken away from us. Not because of a sin he committed, because he wasn't part of the January 1962. Everybody knows that. Only because of his politics.
He was part of it though, but RIP to the dead.
Position as the most senior military officer, he was told to take charge of everything. And then that cost him his life. I think the family needs apology.
From who?
The family needs to be compensated.
Hey!
With this sincere apology.
Right, okay.
We need sincere reconciliation.
Right.
Quickly. Arúgbó jẹ gbèsè. Ṣé nǹkan mi ti ń wọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà yìí? Apology for what? You know, we have to respect the dead. But there's some things that you hear that just makes you feel as if people must think that the rest of the country is stupid. Why don't you celebrate the man? Celebrate his life and leave it there. Apologies from who? For what? After all the things I've read right now, you think that is it the families of Sadauna that will go and apologize, or the ones of Samuel Kaketola, or the families of Shoda Inde, or Ademulegun, or Lagema, or Pam, or Memalari, or Ker Mohammed? Which family will go and apologize? Why don't you celebrate your hero? And this is why I say we don't know our history, and we are going to know it by the grace of God. Why can't we just live happily together? What kind of nonsense are people asking for? Apologies from who? From the Northerners? The other day I read the news, the article from The Guardian that T.Y. Danjuma gave years ago. They organized the coup. And by one person was Murtala Mohammed. T.Y. Danjuma was involved. They don't hide it. We know the people that organize the coup. He has even granted interviews, so it's not like That's why I don't say things that just say, go and verify. I'll tell you where, then you can go and verify. The point is, they told you why they did it. Do we have time? I don't have time. I have to read something to you guys because this session it's always be on YouTube. Give me a second. Let me read something to you. Again, like I said, I don't usually like to watch videos I'll react to because I think it makes it more real. I don't know. I think it does. I'll read something to you from the people that organized that counter coup where Ironsi died. Let me say this. We can celebrate Ironsi. I don't even care about his mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. We can celebrate him. But you see, it's the same mindset that makes people ask you for reparations in Nigeria because they assume that you are stupid. You go around the place, kill everybody, then say you want in year 2000 at Oputa panel, they said they wanted what now? They said they wanted 8.6 trillion naira. In 2025, they said they wanted 10 trillion naira. So me, I can't they ask you, this money where you say you want as reparations, which is stupid by the way, you have to remember that our main source of revenue in Nigeria is oil, right? Okay, Shebi is oil. I well, I'll agree. Okay. So our main source of revenue is oil. Now, yes. So which parts of Nigeria produce oil? Which parts of Nigeria produce oil? Say, oh, Imo produces oil. Anambra State was Abia State. Okay. If you combine the total output of the Southeast in terms of oil production in Nigeria is less than 2%. When it was highest, it was 2.1% of 100 though. So it's less than 2. It's actually less than what Lagos State produces in terms of oil output. Imo, Anambra, Abia put together. You know, reach Lagos, let alone Edo, let alone Ondo, let alone the big boys. Not the big boys. Delta, Rivers, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom. Those are the big boys. Now, here's the crazy part. There's no part... Oh, God. Oil producing areas of Nigeria. I mean, Ogun State has joined now, but they've not started making money out of it. So pay attention. No? Delta, Rivers, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom. Those are the big four. Then you have Edo. Pay attention. No? Edo, Ondo, Lagos. These are the major oil producing states. The four are the big ones. Then you have these other three. Then you now have Anambra, Abia, and Imo, producing less than 2%. Now, these 7 guys, all these 7 states were invaded by Igbos during Biafra. And they killed people. They are the ones who generate the most money that you have in Nigeria in terms of revenue. So they're the ones that will pay you for killing their people. Bayelsa was part of Rivers State. And did I mention Rivers? Bayelsa, Rivers, Delta, Akwa Ibom. Bayelsa, Rivers, Delta, Akwa Ibom. Okay, yes. Oh, I'm right. Bayelsa, they kill people there. Read this book. You see what happened in Bayelsa and Rivers. 2 books. Sunset in Biafra by Lechi Amadi and Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo Graham Douglas. If you have never seen that book, it's because it's not available. It's been out of print for a long time. It was published in 1968. But you can get it for free at Redomi Global. Go to Redomi Global on Telegram. You can download it. Learning section. You find Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo Graham Douglas. The book is important because Douglas was his Attorney General. Ojuku's Attorney General. So it's very important. Just like The Struggle for Secession by N.U. Akman. Anyway, so you have Bayelsa and Rivers. You find those stories in those books and others. You also see it in Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, Nigerian Civil War, how those people suffered. Akwa Ibom. BJ Mkeme told us what happened in Calabar area, in Asang, in Ikorokbot, in Enoin Division. Read those things. How they kill people mercilessly. How in Port Harcourt, in Rivers, people could go to a restaurant. They could go to a restaurant anywhere and order something called Win the War Meat. Thank you, Shaya West. And Win the War Meat was actually the flesh of the people of the land who they killed during the war. They now serve on platter. Those people should now contribute money to pay you reparations. Edo State, they invaded Edo, invaded Delta, Midwest. So Delta and Edo State, those ones were part, that's Midwest. They invaded that place, killed people in Ugedi, in Sapele, in Wari, in Benin, all the way to Okene. They had concentration camps. They killed Yoruba people in Benin. There's a place called Osiomo River. Read this book. The Midwest invasion, the Biafran Midwest invasion. I'm seeing the guy's surname now. Is an Edo surname. The Midwest invasion by Biafra, something like that. The Midwest invasion by Biafra. 1 second, please. Sometimes, see, there are things you don't know. There are things I don't know either. So when we have opportunity to learn, let's learn together. Don't be a nuisance. I'm not your dad. I don't have to bear with you. I beg. Where was I? The Biafran invasion of the Midwest, and then the Midwest Minority Report of the Biafran invasion, something like that. Let me find you the name of the book. I'm seeing the book right now. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I have to close my eyes to see. This guy's name is Edo name. We're not doing anything on that book. I'm just going somewhere with my reparations argument. Just give me a second. If I get you the name, I think that will help. So in case you want to get the name. We've done a session on that kidney before. Okay, maybe it's minority. Minority Rights and the National Question in Nigeria by Uyilawa Uswanlele. Okay, so it's Uyi. That's his name. 1 second. There's another one you wrote. Okay, I found it. Midwest States Non-Igbo Minorities Response to Biafra Invasion. Yes, that's the title. By Uyilawa Uswanlele. Midwest States Non-Igbo Minorities Response to Biafra Invasion. So you went there, killed people mercilessly in the Midwest. They went to a place called Osiomo River. You find it in this book. That's what I was saying earlier. It was a lepers colony. You know, these clowns went to the area where you have the Yoruba and the Edo people and Benin, and they killed lepers. Any leper they could find, they killed. That's why when the Nigerian forces now came, they took that across the other side and killed people, which is bad, is equally bad. But you see, it's not good to don't use Abarakekere to Banla. Now, when you put Edo Delta, you have killed people there. You now went to Ondo to be fighting Olekwijore. Now, here's the funny thing. All the states I mentioned right now are the major oil-producing states in Nigeria. You are now asking for reparations, and they're the ones that produce the most money. I mean, they're highest earners in terms of revenue. So, how does that make sense to a sane person? You should be getting ready. If not, Nigeria messed up. Do you know what Europe subjected Germany to after the war? They lost and still paid. Germany lost and still paid. We were doing no victory, no vanquish, no victor, no vanquish. Rather, well, with all due respect to our elders, no victor, no vanquish. Go. Now you see people who have the guts to look you in the eye and look at your children and tell them that you have to pay me for killing your fathers. We're supposed to be one Nigeria. And if I talk, it's because I'm a big. You're not serious. So you're a tribalist, you're a bigot. You're not thinking. I was going to end Lekon, but now we have to end with a response to what this gentleman said. In case you have not heard this, I think I did a video. Let me just refer you to the video, please. 1 second. If I find you the title, I'll just refer you to it. The reason I always try to do things together is because people might watch this and maybe May not get to see the other one. Let's see if I can find it. If I find you the title, I'll just tell you. If not, I will just read part of it. So this stuff I'm about to read. Oh, good. If you go on our YouTube channel, you see T.Y. Danjuma reviews. Oh, thank you so much. Prof, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. If you go on our YouTube channel, 8 months ago, we did a video titled T.Y. Danjuma reviews how the counter coup happened, how the July counter coup happened. It's about 15 minutes, right? I think you will really get the gist of it. But let's just read a few things here. So he said that people should come and say sorry to them for the counter coup. How would they say sorry to you? I'm not going to read all the interview. I'll just tell you what he said as a justification. Again, there is no justification for killing anybody. There's no justification for killing anybody. But if you kill people and they now come and attack you, you cannot be saying they should come and apologize. So pay attention to this as we round up. Hopefully this will be the last thing, and then we'll wrap up. This was an interview conducted by Ademola Adegbamigbe. Was published February 17, 2008. All right? This is T.Y. Danjuma. So please let's take a very quick. Let's do this. You were quoted as saying that your memoirs will be one grenade of a book. Why? T.Y. Danjuma says, there are so many versions of some of the critical events that took place over the years in which I was involved. Some of the versions are sanitized. Some of them are slightly inaccurate, which I will endeavor to correct. And in correcting them, there will be a few explosions. You know what a grenade is? It explodes. Excuse me. Unfortunately for me, each time I pick up my notes and try to write, I have to relive some of those very tense periods, and I'm so worked up. So what I have decided to do is oral history. Tell the story to a writer. Oh shoot, 1 second. There's a device that's about to go off. One second, please. Oh dear. Okay. Just a second, please. All right, let's get into this. So it says here, each time I pick up my notes and try to write, I have to relive some of those very tense periods, and I'm so worked up. So what I've decided to do is oral history. Tell the story to a writer who will record, transcribe, and so on, and the book will bear his name and mine. Let's just go straight to the part about what happened in Ibadan. Good. So there's the question. Well, you still have to clear some speculations here concerning your role. That's in the counter coup. It is said that you broke Ironsi's famous swagger stick, which was thought to be his magic wand. Did your people drag Ironsi on the road? Did you take him to Iwo Road and shoot him? T.Y. Danjuma responds, no, it is not true. What happened was that after we arrested him, I lost control. Remember that I was a complete stranger. I came from Lagos with Ironsi as a staff in the army headquarters attached to him. I stayed in the barracks with the adjutant, the chief of staff of the commanding officer. I stayed with him in a single office quarters, and it was there that at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, I was in bed when he came and knocked at my door. He said, sir, do you know what has happened? I said, no. He said there was some trouble in Abeokuta. He said there was an Igbo officer holding a secret meeting with all the Igbo officers in the officers' mess, and our boys went and shot all of them. Who are our boys? Northern soldiers. That's the question was, who are our boys? So he responds, Northern soldiers. Remember, listen to this. Please pay attention to this. This was the reason for the July coup. Who are our boys? That's the question. TY says Northern soldiers. Remember, Igbos did the killings that took place in January 1966. They killed non-Igbo senior army officers. Only one Igbo officer was killed, but Igbo wiped out almost all the senior non-Igbo officers. We rounded up all the people who did the killings because we all helped Ironsi to abort the January coup. They were rounded up and put in jail where they were being paid their full salary. They had television, they had everything there despite being detained, and nobody was talking about court-martialing them. Instead, the newspapers, including the Daily Times, wrote to the effect that the boys being detained were national heroes. National heroes because they killed corrupt politicians. He didn't say anything about army officers. They killed corrupt politicians and replaced them with Ironsi, whom we call. Oh boy, I'm a bit. Jeez, man. Give me a second. Let me just calm down. Let's take it again. Who are our boys? Northern soldiers. Remember, the Igbos did the killings that took place in January 1966. They killed non-Igbo senior army officers. Only one Igbo officer was killed, but Igbo wiped out almost all the senior non-Igbo officers. By the way, the North had only one senior Northern officer left. That was Gowon. Who probably would have been killed if not that, if you read his autobiography, he had said it over and over again that he was going to Ibadan. So if they were looking for him, they probably looking for him in Ibadan, but eventually went to Ikeja because of how the night went. There was only one left. They killed Malari, they killed Khan Mohammed, they killed Lagema, they killed Pam. They had only one person. So they killed 4 senior officers from the north and 2 senior officers from the Yoruba land. So it says here, remember Igbos did the killings that took place in January 1966. They killed non-Igbo senior army officers. Only one Igbo officer was killed, but Igbo wiped out almost all the senior non-Igbo officers. We rounded up all the people who did the killings because we all helped Ironsi to abort the January coup. They were rounded up and put in jail where they were being paid their full salary. They had television. They had everything there despite being detained, and nobody was talking about court-martialing them. Instead, the newspapers, including the Daily Times, wrote to the effect that the boys being detained were national heroes. National heroes because they killed corrupt politicians. He didn't say anything about army officers. In other words, were the army officers also corrupt? They killed corrupt politicians and replaced them with Ironsi, whom we would call Ironside. Very insulting and, in my opinion, provocative. They were saying that those boys should be freed. Tensions started building. Riots broke out in the north, and it was because of the riots that broke out in the north that Ironsi started going around to talk to the traditional rulers and the army leaders. I was in his convoy. We got to Ibadan. We had a meeting with traditional rulers and leaders of thought, at the end of which everybody was asked to sing the national anthem. We all sang the national anthem. In the night, we had dinner and we came back. We dropped him at Government House and then went on to the barracks to stay with the adjutant. Then at 1 o'clock in the night, there was bang, bang, bang on my door. I said, what happened? The adjutant said there was some trouble in Abeokuta. I said, what was it? He said the man on duty officer, saw the commanding officer holding meetings in the officers' mess. All the officers that attended that meeting were Igbos. They left non-Igbo officers. The duty officer called 1 or 2 soldiers. They cocked their guns, went there and rounded up everybody. They thought it was a joke. One of them had his staff machine gun by his side, and he bent down and attempted to pick it up. They opened up on him and shot him down. They sprayed everybody, killed everybody there, and started telephoning. They rang Ibadan. It was then that this boy woke me up. This was what happened. The press had been calling for the release of the January coup plotters. Now our boys had created an excuse for the release. After killing these people, it is a draw. They killed army officers in Lagos and all over Nigeria. Igbos did it. Now, Igbos had been killed in Abeokuta. That would be the end of it. I said no. I asked the adjutant, who was in position to know if... So again, see how that thing played out. Igbos killed their... That's what they are saying. You can't really be asking for... You get... I asked the adjutant, who was in a position to know if the Supreme Commander at that time in Ironsi was known as Supreme Commander, if he had been told. He said no, he didn't think so. I said, okay, you should get me some soldiers. He brought soldiers. I didn't come to Ibadan with combat dress. I had to borrow the combat dress of an officer about my size. It was an American combat dress. This officer had just come back from the US. Let's just jump a little bit. It says here that we got there. I said to them, take me to the government house. We got there. We asked soldiers who were on duty to ground arms. They all grounded their arms. I told the adjutant what to do. Soldiers grounded their arms. We disarmed them and armed the soldiers that we brought. Meanwhile, the anti-tank gun Ironsi convoy was there. The commander was there. The commander was from the garrison in Ibadan. We knew him. We told him. He said we should use the gun to blow down the building. I said no, there's no need. The head of state was there. We had to arrest him. We were there and waited. Anytime anybody came out from the building, we arrested him. They removed their shoes and we asked them to sit down. So they asked him, why were you doing this? We didn't want any violence. We wanted to arrest him. That's Ironsi. We wanted to arrest Ironsi alive and go and lock him up. We wanted to interrogate him to find out the role he played in the coup. That's in the January 1966 coup. His stories did not add up about how he escaped from Flagstaff House, where he was staying at number 1 Glover, Ikoyi, and ended up in Ikeja. Remember what we read from Benguli. Like I said, if you want to understand all this history, we have to read plenty books. But God will give us strength. But you can connect everything now, Abi. They said the story did not add up. How did you leave Ikoyi, Glover Road? How did you leave Glover and found your way to Ikeja and you were going through all these stops and nobody stopped you? That was because of Oji and Okafo, according to Bule. So he says here, his stories did not add up about how he escaped from Flagstaff House, where he was staying at number 1 Glover, Ikoyi, and ended up in Ikeja. How it came about that Njoku, who was supposed to have handed over the command of the largest garrison in Lagos, which was then the Ikeja garrison, did not hand over. Njoku was still in command and he, Ironsi, went to join him. Njoku was the one who wrote the book, A Tragedy Without Heroes. He was the one that Gowon was referring to in his own book. This one, what's that? My Life of Duty and Allegiance. Everything ties together. Njoku was still in command. Why didn't he hand over that command? Okay. We were going to interrogate him about all those, or at least that was what I thought we were going to do. So everything I told the soldiers to do or not to do, they obeyed, until eventually first, Adekunle Fajuyi, military governor of Western Region, came out of the building after he waited. Every time they sent somebody out of the building, nobody went back. So Fajuyi came down. As he came down the steps, I saluted him and said, "Sir, you are under arrest. Hands up." He looked at me and called me, "Danjuma." I said, "Sir, you are under arrest." He raised his hands and came down. He said, "What do you want?" I said, "We want to arrest you and we want to arrest the head of state." He said, "And you are going out with him?" I said, "Yes." "And you were supposed to be on the Supreme Commander's entourage." That's the question that the interviewer asked him. I was there. I went to Ibadan with him. "What do you mean by supposed to?" Then he asked the question, "Because you were now arresting." "Yes, I was arresting." He, Fajuyi, pleaded with me not to go up with armed men, that he was going to go up and call Ironsi, provided I guaranteed his safety. I gave him my guarantee. I said, "I guarantee your safety." He went there and didn't come down. So I decided to climb up. As I climbed up the steps, armed soldiers followed me. I had a grenade in my hand. I didn't have any arm. As I came, Ironsi was seated. Excuse me. As I came, Ironsi was seated. Fajuyi was by his side. I said, "Sir, you are under arrest." And I gave him the order to stand up. Reluctantly, Ironsi stood up. He used to carry a staff crocodile. He had it in his hand. They both came down. Fajuyi was still asking me about guaranteeing safety. I guaranteed his safety absolutely. So we came out of the building, down toward the car. One of the soldiers said we shouldn't allow him to carry his crocodile, that there's juju. I said, "No, there's nothing in it." He said he would disappear if we allowed him to carry it. He started to stop, and I told him to shut up. That was the time I lost control. The soldier battened me and pushed me aside and took charge. To my greatest surprise, the adjutant, who was, these were his troops, I was a stranger, they were obeying me because everything I did they liked. They liked what I was doing, but the moment I told them not to do something they didn't like, they rejected. I expected the adjutant, who was there, to intervene. He probably incited them. He said, "Yes, the soldier is right. This thing here, Ironsi's crocodile, is his Zasa. It's juju that will make him disappear. So they took the thing from him, pushed me aside, and bundled him and Faji in a vehicle and drove away. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. The front of the government house was littered with people without shoes, people who had come to get ready to go. They asked every one of them to sit on the floor and they removed their shoes. They all sat, including the then head of service, Chief P. Ojumosu. I came down. The soldiers, drove away. There was nobody to tell these people to go, so they all sat there. It was I who said, "What are you people still doing here?" Quietly, they realized they were free to go. Then the interviewer asked the question. The soldiers are driven away with Aguiyi-Ironsi. What of you? Then he answers, I had to hitch a ride to go to the barracks. They left. There was no vehicle even for me to leave that place. They just drove away, taking them away. So I had to make my way back to the barracks. If you read General Gowon's book, it is there. That's this other book. Not the autobiography, the biography. This one. And I think everybody should get it. Okay? Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman. That's one he was referring to. It's actually there, but let's just be listening to the person who was there. Go. They said, I had to make my way back to the barracks. If you read General Gowon's book, it is there. They named names of the people who actually took Ironsi away. What? It's almost 10. They named the names of the people who actually took Ironsi away. Now, there are a lot of lies. I read some very funny lies told by Ironsi's ADC, whose life I saved. He was an Igbo officer from Abakaliki area, tall, a good-looking chap. After the war, he came back. I saw him, we shook hands, and I gave him some money. I read his account. You know, we captured a lot of literature in Enugu. The Igbos named his account, including what happened in Ibadan and what happened in the north, as pogrom. I read all the accounts there. It was there that I saw the evidence given by this man. He must have felt guilty when his boss was arrested and taken away. And he went away and he went home empty-handed without anything, even though he was ADC and nothing happened to him. He had to tell a lie to justify how he came out with his names intact. He gave a long story of how he escaped. By the way, the person he's talking about is, I found it in our book, is Lieutenant, sorry, Major Andrew Wankwo. Well, let's continue. So he says here, he had to tell a lie to justify how he came out with his limbs intact. He gave a long story of how he escaped, what happened, and so on. That man told a lot of lies that gained currency. Ironsi had 2 ADCs. One of them was Colonel Sonny Bello, and the other was this man. I prevailed on the soldiers not to do anything to anybody. We arranged even for him to escape and go away. He went home and started telling lies. He told a lot of lies, which I read in the account he gave in Biafra. We had an inquiry. People came to give account, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, I didn't keep it, but I remember that the stories that gained currency were from that man. Let's read a bit more. They asked him a question. The adjutant created the problem. He said he didn't create the problem. The Igbos who killed, please pay attention to how the Northerners were thinking about the counter coup. So the man asked him, did the adjutant create the problem? TY says he didn't create the problem. The Igbos who killed our senior officers all over the place created the problem. They created the problem. They sowed the wind and reaped the problem. It wasn't him, the adjutant. They were reacting. They were avenging what happened in January. The July coup was a revenge coup. So he says, what's the name of the adjutant? Gaba Paiko. Was he a major? Major? No, he was a second lieutenant. So he says you were a senior and so on and so forth. So that's how that went down. So the point I'm trying to make, what I wish I don't want to. I said I was going to know. I wasn't going to open another book. If you get this book, you find the name of the people there. Let me go home. Let me go and rest. I beg. If you're looking for the names of the people that arrested, they are here. I'm already opening it. No, I have to stop myself. But it's there. The point I'm trying to make is that the Northern perspective is that they were avenging. It was a revenge coup. They were avenging what happened in January. So for the elderly, and I understand because of course it's family. I get it. But can't get people to be apologizing. Let's just, I mean, if there is something wrong, I mean, I'm doing like this because, you know, when we're talking about somebody dead, we have to be very, that human feeling. You get what I'm saying? So I get it. And I get that thing of, but people have to be very careful using this word apologies. No, no. We should disabuse our minds from such thoughts. I'll read some comments that will go. Some people have been insulting me all the while. Wow, wow, wow. Adedoya Jibola, when you're on this seat and those morons disturb you over and over again, I want to see how you're going to deal with it. You guys think I'm a robot? I should just be reading. Okay, thank you very much. People just they insult. Why now? Let me just go to. Thank you very much all the good comments. Thank you, Jawi. Thank you, Ademola. It says the Ironsi ruled for 6 months. The crippling effect of his ill-advised imposition of the unitary system is a mess that is still upon the country 60 years after. He should be posthumously demoted. Let's not demote him posthumously. Let's just respect him. He did what he could. We know what he did, but Egboju. Your mind says Ironsi was not ill-advised. He was responding to Ademilola. Ironsi was not ill-advised to have centralized the Nigerian government system. He simply carried out the agenda that they devised in the 40s to dominate everyone by a crook. Yes, they came up with a plan in 1944 to dominate Nigeria, Igbo National Caucus Protocol. In 1951, they started pushing the idea of unitary system, NCNC. In 1964, 1963, they threatened to secede. 1964, they were going to have a coup. Same 64, they had a meeting to discuss the 20-year plan of 44, and then they gave themselves another 5 years. And in 1966, they took over government and had the military guinea. Whatever unitary system you see Ironsi do in 66 is a product of what they applied in 44 and of a plan they drew out in 51. So Ironsi was not working alone. Someone says, because they hate the truth. Oh, that's why they've been insulting me. Yeah, okay. Babati says, do you lecture professionally? I'm in awe of your ability to properly dissect things. Thank you, sir. I started teaching in 1999. That's when I started teaching. I started with nursery school, primary, secondary, uni. We thank the Lord. But I'm not a lecturer the way you think. But I think preaching and teaching the Bible also helps. Let's read a few more things. Somebody says I'm just naive. It's how children that look, you are a child. You are a child. So how will I respond to this clown now? Because I'm looking at, it says you are just naive. Okay. Ironsi would not have known about the coup. If he knew, he would have stopped it immediately. 3 officers were in that meeting. The 3 of them wrote a book. The 3 of them alluded to the fact that he knew before it. But you cocoa that just gave birth to yesterday, you will tell me about what you would have done. Okay. The 3 officers, in case you were not here when we were talking, maybe your brain took a leave. There was Gowon, Yakubu Gowon was in the room. Larry Emijoku was in the room. David Ejo was in the room. The 3 of them wrote books. But no, I should not read the books. I should be listening to the person who read invoice and receipts selling spare parts. Ori Esigbale, God will forgive your brain because, oh my shit. Let's go on. Fact finder, you will not find facts there. Your parents are sick. Sorry, I'll just read comment section at this point. Let's just read comments. Your might on YouTube says, why didn't Ironsi prosecute the arrested coup plotters? Why did he continue to pay the salaries and emoluments and even have access to newspapers and television in detention? Because he loves the Lord. People think people are stupid. You know what? Let me say this. I think there are people who really sincerely do not know what went down, and it's okay. All of us were ignorant at some point. Nobody knew this thing from. We read books now, Niabi, and we listen to elders. But at some point, I think one of the things that I think ignorance does is the pride that comes with it. And it's ridiculous to have a mix of arrogance and ignorance. Like you don't know. Even if you know, you can't be arrogant with your knowledge. Because as soon as you begin to know, you discover that there are many things you don't know. So you are calm. If the person who knows is humble, How is it that these ignorant people are the ones who are insulting me and writing rubbish in the comment section? How bad now? Robodo, absolutely. We're going to make the movies and plays very soon. We are bringing the air from Akpo. Let's read a few more comments here. New Era says Captain Oji was from the same Umaya as General Ironsi you met. Yes, that was what Bengbule said, that Oji was from Umaya just like Ironsi, and that Oji insisted that nothing must happen to his townsman. Therefore, they informed, again, Bengbule wrote this in the book Five Majors, Nigerian Five Majors, that Oji and Okafor informed Ironsi. He called it the unanticipated element of treachery. That they informed Ironsi, so that there was this coincidence that as at the time they were going to his house to go and quote unquote assassinate him, he was also leaving that house. And he said it was too much of a coincidence. That's Bule on that matter. So you have Bule, that's number 4. You have Bule, you have Gowon, you have Njoku, you have Ejo. But no, I should leave all of them. I should be listening to a clown. Okay, God bless you. Let's read a few more things. Your mind says you have been lied to and misinformed. Open your mind to relearn and unlearn. Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Dungos, yeah, thank you, sir. He says, I cannot complain while receiving prices history. Thank you, sir. Thank you. There are some people in this place, These are government people. It is well. Thank you, sir. Thank you. New Era says it was Colonel Njoku who was overseeing Ironsi's coup in Kano. Instead of marching his men to Kaduna to confront Nzogu, who had just murdered Sardauna and Brigadier Ademulegbu and his wife. If you read, why we struck? No, everybody in Igbo land knows the title of this book, even though most of them have never read it. Once you say something, they say, go and read why we struck. Go and read why we struck. If you read this book, let me read something to you from here. I'm reading another book. I have to stop. He talked about the bigotry of Ironsi and his reactionary clique. And then he talked about Ojukwu. Now, Ojukwu was sitting on the fence. He says Ojukwu was both crafty and selfish and would neither give nor withhold his loyalty. He was running with the hare and chasing with the hounds. He was an opportunist who put himself above the safety of the nation. When at first Nzogu contacted him on the telephone, he was fully in agreement with the revolution. Soon after that, he was in touch with Ironsi, to whom he pledged his loyalty. After that, he was playing hide and seek with Nzogu, mainly biding his time. That's why we struck. We went on to talk about how it should have dealt a big blow to the bigotry of Ojukwu and revisionists of his ilk, who have learned a lesson. More than that, it would have boosted the aspirations contrasted with those of the reactionaries, who were materialistic, tribalistic, and jingoistic. You know, the point I'm trying to make is that Ojukwu originally was actually part of it. Then he changed his mind and went with Ironsi. But let me even say, I've said this several times, I'll say it one more time. And I want to use something from Inception, the movie by Chris Nolan. A gym within a gym. This was a coup within a coup within a coup. It was a coup, and I've said it several times. If you really look at the timeline, between the 15th and the 16th, let's just say 14th, right? Between the 14th and the 16th, at least you can see 2 coups happening, sometimes simultaneously, sometimes one is happening after the other, 3 at the same time. There was a revolutionary coup, which is where you see people like Ademulega and Nzogu. There was the coup within the government, which is why they wanted to have Mbadiwe, and then they now removed Kini, which is what you call the military coup. They now removed the civilian government and put Ironsi. But there's an overarching coup, which was the ethnic coup, which was what actually gave birth to Ironsi. Originally, it was supposed to give birth to, or was supposed to give rise to the elevation of Mbadiwe. It was when that one did not work that I read it earlier. Abi? You can see it from Ambutin. You can see it from Shagari and also from Akinjide. It was when that did not work, they now came up with the other plan. So all this thing about some people end the coup. They ended the revolutionary coup because they were for the ethnic coup. Read this book now. Why we struck that they were shouting. Madebo and Ojuku were on Ironsi's side. Was Ironsi on Nigeria's side? Ironsi was the figurehead, was not the figure, was the one spearheading the military angle of the ethnic coup. Mbadiwe was spearheading the civilian angle of that coup. Then you had the revolutionary, who everybody is now blaming, because Nzogu was one who went on radio in Kaduna. And by the way, just in case you people are here, I know a lot of us are here. When they organized the coup in Lagos, you know the person was supposed to go and broadcast it on radio. Do you know the person? The person, a Yoruba man. The same way we're calling it Nzogu coup because Nzogu announced it on radio. You'd have been calling it Ademoyega coup. His job was to disable communications. That's why it was in P&T, and also to announce that we now have a new government. Naive, idealistic, wonderful Yoruba people. God bless us. Someone says, you're very correct. The coup was an evil coup. The current evil generation should learn and know the truth of the evil and perpetrate it. I'll take it slowly. You're very correct. The coup was evil coup. The current evil generation should learn and know the truth of the evil perpetrated by their fathers. Listen, there's nobody only pass. So we're not doing this to say Igbos are evil, Igbos are bad. However, this assumption that you are superior and that you are faultless, especially when your hands are soiled in blood. Meanwhile, you are gaslighting the rest of us. You're not going to happen again. We love you, Sha, but no. Your fathers is the worst. Everybody has what they, nobody only pass, but I've not seen any group in this country who actually sat down and said, how do I destroy every group so that I can rise above everybody? The Northerners with their terrible politics, which they did in the First Republic, they focused on one group, which was, they dealt with us very well, Western region. They dealt with us. They put away in prison, tried to elevate Akitola, did all kinds of things. But at least they didn't plan for every single region. How can you sit down and say this region will do this here, this region will do that here, this region will... Even the North, as bad as what they did was concerned, at least they will say it was because Awo tried to enter the North in 59. That was why they were angry. And they wrote it out, by the way. They also published it. It's even in Awo's book, Adventures in Power Book 2, The Travels of Democracy and the Rule of Law. It's there. The publication is also there. What Sardauna said after Awo got into the North is all there, right? But, so let's say that our Latoja, but even then, they focused on us and they dealt with us. And that of course affected the entire country. So it affected them as well. It's still affecting them till tomorrow, by the way. Just saying. But this one sat down and said, okay, we're going to do this in the Midwest, in the West, in the North, and then in the East for the Eastern minorities. They spelled out every single thing they're going to do to people. And they wrote it down. Because it's a very heavy document. I'm very careful how we just talk about it and refer to it and read it, but you don't screenshot things that people are using it to insult. It's not a document to be insulting Igbo people. It's just to let us know that people have done terrible things in the past. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Desalo Michael on Facebook. New Era says like Onakulasi is now claiming to be the most competent House of Representative member in the history of Lagos. Oh, okay. Although the Igbo boy says it's so funny how someone will wake up and go back to history to pick out others' mistakes but never speaks anything concerning his own ethnicity. That's because you are dumb. We're here when I did sessions on Western region. We're here when I talked about the conflict between Awo and Akintola. We're all here when I even talked about the fact that the person I actually adore for life, Awolowo, who is heads and shoulders above your fathers and your grandfathers and everybody that ever came out of your ethnicity or will ever come out. Awo is the greatest of all, and I'm saying it. Even with that, I still said Papa could have done this. I still highlighted what he did wrong. If I can do that about Awo, who is your father? This is Awo. If I can see Awo's fault and say Awo could have done this, Awo could have done this. If I can do that about Awo, who is your father? People will be talking to you guys. Like Badun. You think I'm doing this because I hate you or because I have time for you people? No, it's because you have so many years. Let me tell you, if you have a lot of obedient who are Yoruba people, you will have to go back to history and say, what's wrong? Why are we repeating the same mistakes? Why are we being used against ourselves? Why do you have young people saying that, see what Tawo did? And then you ask them, they don't even know what he did. I've said it several times, I'll keep saying, there's no ethnicity in this country that is perfect. Not one. Not even my own. Yoruba people, we also have our own for body. And I've said it several times. But today is not that topic. And you're not going to make me talk about it. Everybody has his own for body, including us. And when we started our own issue, I've talked about this several times, but I don't want to change topic because of a clown who is talking rubbish in the comment section. I've highlighted it. I've talked about how we messed up. I've talked about what we can do to make it better. Whenever we do something very close to what happened then, like it happened, is happening right now, I highlighted the people who are doing it. I told you why we cannot afford to do that again. You think I'm here for your people? You don't matter that much. I'll say it again. If I can criticize Awo, who is the greatest politician from this country ever? You can say because I'm Yoruba, that's your business. I've read his works. I have his policies, his plans. I've read one from Azikiwe. You can't compare. One just giving us Lamba, Gone Africa, Great Africa, only to become a jingoist, looking for how to have superiority of his ethnicity. One is saying that I'm Yoruba, however, we can do this for Yoruba land. This is what we can do for the rest of the country. He has said it, this is who I am, but this is how we can help all of us. The other one is saying I'm Africa, but really, is in not my will. By Olusegun Obasanjo, exactly what Kolemoto wrote in Just Before Dawn. He went from Zik of Africa to Zik of Nigeria to Zik of Eastern region to Zik of Igbo land and just Zik of Onitsha. Then later just Zik. See, the idea that you be talking to anybody anyhow, it's not going to happen. I love you with the love of the Lord, but don't try it. Say you're talking about ethnicity. Your ethnicity has spent all these years talking about everybody, gaslighting everybody. And the reason you don't know what has happened is because we don't read. So now that we are reading, let us read together in love. But if you insult me, I will send you home. If I can criticize Awo, who is your father? God bless you. Let's go on. New Era says, Peter Obi claims to be detribalized, yet he's the political godfather of hip-hop. That one would never criticize hip-hop in his life. Abi Flaggish. This your name is wonderful. So we'll continue to talk about the Igbos because they continue to be a nuisance. Let me just leave that one. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for the gift, Abi Flaggish. May God deliver us from those whose existence is to lie and manipulate in order to steal that which does not belong to them. Theophilus Rebelekun says hi from Ghana. Hi, sir. All right. I think we've had enough. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. Let me end by saying this. Nobody's hating anybody. I've said it several times. There's no hate here. There's absolutely no hate here. And I'll tell you this because after every session, I also have to ask myself. I also have to introspect to be sure of the things I'm saying. I have to make sure that the things I'm saying are in alignment with what would make me be at peace with myself. And I cannot hate people and pray to God. It's not possible. But when Jesus said, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free, or set you free. There's one thing he did not say in between. You shall know the truth, and I will tell you the truth from experience and from other people's experiences as well. In most cases, the truth will make you miserable before it sets you free. You will feel bad. I felt bad discovering things about my own ethnicity or about my own history or about things generally. You feel bad. You question everybody who ever raised you and taught you anything. Why didn't they teach me these things? How come they didn't tell me about this? You feel bad. Then you ask yourself, how come I... So let me tell you my own process. I read some things, then I was like, how come nobody taught me? How come nobody showed me this? How come nobody even thought that I should know this? And after a while, I now came to myself, how come I did not know this? How come I didn't know this before now? And after, excuse me, after a while, I now resolved by saying that if nobody taught me this and I did not know this before now, and I'm just knowing this now, it means that there are other things I do not know. Therefore, I now calmed down and I began to process what I have learned. If the truth makes you miserable, you are in good company. It's not because you are bad. It's not because your parents are bad. It's not because your ethnicity is the worst. Listen, I'm Yoruba. We are not perfect. The reason this thing is paining you is because your father told you are superior to everybody. I'm telling you, I won't tell you. Let me leave it. You are not superior to anybody. Let's just put it that way. Nobody is superior to anybody, but some people are lower than some people, but I'm not going to mention that. The point, sir, is that nobody is without blame. And if I'm talking about my own people, you don't come. Because it's very deep. It's intellectual. The reason you are here is because you feel bad. But don't worry. It's not hate. It's Nigerian history. And when we're talking about if a person thinks in 2026 he can be asking Nigeria for apology for the counter coup, then it means we don't know our history. If a group is asking for reparations for the war in 2026, it means that we don't know our history. There's no way an Igbo person should open their mouth and talk about the word reparations. And you have your IS Apex social cultural organization asking for 10 trillion naira. Where will you get 10 trillion? You have an elder here saying that people should come and apologize. Apologize for... I mean, again, somebody died. May you so rest in peace. But you have to understand the context. You have not apologized for the people you killed in the north. Nobody has apologized for Sadauna that was killed or for Akitola that was killed. How come Nigeria story always begins with your own victimhood? I love you with the love of the Lord. And Nigeria will work. Meanwhile, you are the ones who always call Nigeria zoo. You even hate the country and you want the country to pay reparation. I beg you, coach it down. May God bless you in Jesus' name before I go and say what I don't like. I think some of the comments actually, sometimes make me feel a bit off. I want to just stop myself. But nobody's paying anybody 10 trillion naira. Okay? And nobody's apologizing to anybody for that thing. You can commiserate. You can empathize. You can even sympathize. But you cannot apologize for what is not your fault. As a Yoruba person, know this and know peace. You can empathize, you can sympathize, but you cannot apologize. You come and apologize. Come and pay your reparation. Reparation call. Reparation. Anyway, Yoruba, I know into Walarasha. Emma Loba join obedient movement. Then you say all the people. You know the funny thing about these schools in Nigeria. Every school Yoruba will die. Meanwhile, they're not the major people. Tell your daddy to go and sleep. It's too old to be walking around the street constituting nuisance. I'm talking to the clown in the comment section. Listen, your people, everybody say, one revolution now. We must look in it. You are not calculating anything. You are just going by the book. The first school, the kid of people. Sorry guys, let me just mute this clown. If all the men in your house are ugly, you can go and sleep. I can't even repeat the nonsense. Anyway, the first coup, they killed Raipu. Second coup, they killed Raipu. The war, Raipu died. Biafra side, you fought for Yoruba. Raipu fought for Biafra. They still killed them. They killed Ojukwu killed Victor Banjo. and you are asking me for apology. Are you dumb? You keep it Obanjo. You ran away in 60, 70. You came back 12 years later to work with the people that you said you were against, that made Victor Banjo join you. What kind of victim nonsense is this? Yoruba people, God bless you. Nigeria, God bless you. The point is, let's love each other. Nobody should fight anybody, but nobody should gaslight anybody. I love you all. Nigeria is blessed. I cannot bring anybody up today because, gosh, it's 10:21. I can't believe this. That was a long session, but thank you very much for being part of today's session. Maybe I should bring one person. I don't know if I bring one person. Somebody has been trying to come up for a bit for about 1 hour or so. Oh, turns out nobody. So good. That's a very good. Someone says, "Not if you bread koalomi obeje." I think that's another issue that we are. We're always acting as if we are the savior of the world. You see Yoruba obedience talking to you, and you're like, they are ignorant though, but they'll be quoting book, telling you about book about. They'll be quoting memes as though they had read something. Senna climb, Senna climb, Senna climb, Senna climb, Senna climb, Senna climb. Then everything that Obi has told them, they'll be saying it. Join any party you like. But if you want to waste your time, go join them, sha. And the funny thing is that the Obi self will still come and insult yourself. Come and say, it's a religious war. Hello, Daddy. Anyway, by the way, today is Friday. I bet I was going to do something. So let's do it today. People asked earlier about how to support the live. Once in a while, we'll put up our account details. Please, if you want to support, please support using the account details. I'm going to put it up. We're having something starting in September. We're having physical meetings. It's going to be in Lagos, right? Lagos is, I was thinking about it earlier today. Lagos has become Aguiyi-Ironsi in Yoruba. It's one of the youngest, well, it's not one of the youngest to be fair, but the evolution of Lagos is quite interesting, right? So so we're just going to plug in. So starting in September, 1 second please. Starting in September, we're going to start having monthly events, physical events. No. You said it is the youngest. No, I'm not talking about state creation. I'm talking about the evolution of a city. The evolution of Lagos as a city. If you look at Yoruba cities, now go to change conversation. But if you look at Yoruba cities, Lagos is the youngest city. Not Lagos as in Lagos Eko. Lagos as in, when we think of Lagos today, we think of the state, not the town or the city. We have Lagos City, which has been existent for centuries. But the concept of Lagos State as a mega city is a product of Asiwaju's vision. Okay? And that's why we think about Lagos as, sometimes you have to think about it because, like, wait, to Akokayato Siyabao, you know, to see Bariga, Kinse Bikono, Igbo Silara, Igbo Silara, there are different places. But we think of them as Adugbo. Meanwhile, in Bariga, Adugbo, Lady Lag, you know that there are different Adugbos inside Badagry, but we just assume that Lagos is just one place. That assumption, or I shouldn't use the word assumption, it's essentially something that was put in us by Bola Tinubu. And that's why I think we should always acknowledge his brilliance. He made us think of Lagos as a city, even though it's a state. And that's why some of us also make the mistake and think that we have one king in Lagos, Oba of Lagos, who is the paramount king, but we have over 50 kings because Lagos is a state. Anyway, I said that to say that in terms of evolution of cities, going from Lagos being a town to a state becoming a city, Lagos State as a city would be like the youngest of Yoruba cities. But like I said, it's also Akaiyendegbon. It is it's at the end now. There was a time it was Ibadan, by the way. In the 70s, Ibadan, 60s, 70s, Ibadan was a happening place. If you wanted to perform, you had to be in Ibadan. Lagos is Lagos. All right. I think that's about what we can take today. If you'd like to support this live, please use the bank details on the screen, and your support will be highly appreciated. Also, there's something else I want to share with you. I mentioned it earlier, but let me just share. I've not done this in a bit. Let's quickly do it. So we're starting something, like I said, in September. It's called Two Summits. Okay. So you can join the movement by going to linktree/Busui-Oris, give, volunteer, host, and sponsor. We have an organization called Redomi. Of course, you must have heard me. You must have heard me mention Redomi Realms, Redomi Global, Redomi Books. Redomi Global is a community on Telegram where we share materials and also information that can help us. Redomi Books is where you can buy books. It's also on Telegram, but Redomi Realm is the name of the company. So we'll be organizing this starting in September. Every month, we will gather and have conversations like we're having right now. And also, we're also going to be having game shows, right? Like proper game shows. We're going to be recording some episodes in every monthly session. We're going to have episodes of it used to be called Redomi Republic, but we have another name for it now. More sexy. It's a sexier name. You know what I'm saying? So that will be every month from September. We'll be talking about Nigerian culture. Sorry, 1 second. Hope you've seen that. Let me quickly explain so I can talk which I want to talk. You can give by going to Linktree. You see a form. You fill also the bank details. Not this one. This is mine. That one is for the organization. If you want to support what we're doing, you see a money point account for Redomi Realm there. If you go to Linktree/Busui-Oris, there's a form for giving. There's another one for volunteering. If you want to support, if you want to be there physically, maybe to help in any way, you can. Event coordination, and so on and so forth. So please, you can volunteer. You can also host, but that is not what we're doing at the moment. But you can just volunteer, right? Hosting is if maybe you're not in Lagos, you're outside Lagos, and you want us to come have a session where you are. We can always work together on that. And then you can sponsor. That has to do with working with organizations, businesses. Because as soon as the game starts, we're going to be putting out the episodes on social media. So you want your adverts in those episodes. You want your adverts in the things that we're putting out. Please reach out to me. There's no form for that, but you can reach out to me on Telegram at Busui-Oris. But if you want to give, volunteer, or host, please check out Linktree/Busui-Oris. And you can also find it on Redomi Global, but please use Linktree. You see the forms there, and you can, support. Two Summit is tribes of Oduduwa, meaning the different, subgroups of Oduduwa having a summit on a monthly basis. All right. Having said that, I was going to say something about the game show itself. The game show is going to be about Yoruba history, Yoruba culture, Nigerian history, and Nigerian politics. And then we also have conversation about innovation as well. So it will cover culture, history, politics, innovation. All right, those are the areas we're going to be covering. And you're going to win money. You're going to win cash prizes. So if you want to be part of it, please feel free to stay tuned. All right, we're going to get you more information, especially in the month of September. But this is going to start by the grace of God we're going to get you more information in the month of August. But this is going to start in the month of September. And we have a date now. We're going to get you more details, but the date will be third Saturdays. So starting third Saturday of September, and that'll be 19th. 1 second. Let me just to be sure. I think it's 19th. I know it's 19th. It's a very pivotal date. 19th of September, 2026. So please, I was going to say pray along with us, but pray, but also support what we're doing. All right. But today, if you want to support what we're doing right now, please use the bank details on your screen. It's a GT account. Your support will be highly appreciated. All right. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. If you join us for the first time, we do have these sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So we'll be here again on Monday by the grace of God. And on Monday, we are going to be discussing that thing about the statement that we need to give It's something that Peter B also alluded to in one interview, the interview he did with Chion Kevaloye, that we need an Igbo presidency for Igbos to heal. Actually, you need to heal to have that presidency. That's the truth. We'll discuss that on Monday. And we will read books as well. And we'll all learn together. Again, if you have any information that you think I don't have, please feel free to share. And I thank those who share this, who share videos and share links. Thank you very much. Nobody knows. We're all learning, So please, if you have thoughts that you think you'd like me to also, please feel free to share so that we can all learn together. Thank you very much for your support. Okay, now before we go, we'll listen to our anthems like we always do. First the Nigerian anthem and then the Yoruba anthem. And I'm going to remove the account details now. Please just screenshot it so that I can, move on. Here's the Nigerian anthem. Thank you very much.
Nigeria, we envy our own dear native land, the tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peaceful battle honor, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. Oh, creation, let this our one device help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria may be
Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wá fún ilẹ̀ ìbí wa. Ká gbéga, ká gbéga, ká gbéga fàyè rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ pé láti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ Oòduà dìde, bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀.
Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wo ni wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilẹ̀ Ìbò ní bàjẹ́ o, a máa gbèrú ni. Nàìjíríà náà ní dàrú lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilé wọ̀ ọ̀nà wo ní bàjẹ́, gbogbo nǹkan tá a bá dáwọ́lé, a máa yọrí sí rere ni. May God bless you. May God keep you. and your family. God cause his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May you succeed in all the things that you lay your hands upon, and may God bless our country, Nigeria, and our nation, Yoruba land. Thank you so much for being part of today's session. I'll see you again on Monday at 4 p.m. if we're time, West African time. Do have a lovely weekend. And if what I said dropped you off the wrong way, drink water, you'll be fine. We're all together in Nigeria, but everybody must have sense. God bless everybody. God bless every ethnicity in Nigeria. And Nigeria will get there. Nigeria will work in a lifetime, and we will be part of the solution to the problems of this country. Thank you so much. To have a lovely weekend. Odaro, Eshonsa, and Mas. Sirs and Mas. Eshe. Thank you, Osheks. Thank you, Home of Gist Blog. Thank you, Sirs. Thank you, Mas. Thank you.